organized by University of Arts Belgrade, China Foreign Affairs University, and Conflict Center for Intercultural Dialogue and Mediation. The conference is interdisciplinary in character and will feature international experts, experienced practitioners, renowned academics, and seasoned diplomats in a bid to bring insights into the role of culture and to look into ways of resolving cross-cultural conflicts. We know that this is an ambitious agenda and that one conference cannot address all the aspects of such a complex topic. Therefore, our aim is also to contribute to developing a transnational network of contacts and cooperation in this field. Talking and listening to each other must surely be the key. Before we begin, please note the Q&A will be conducted at the end of each session. Should you wish to pose a question to the speakers, kindly write your question in the Q&A section, and comments can be shared in the chat, both of which are at the bottom of your screen. Without further ado, it is my honor to present the keynote speaker, His Excellency Alex SCEBERRAS. Dr. Alex SCEBERRAS, who is currently Special Envoy of the Prime Minister of Malta, was a parliamentarian and Foreign Minister of Malta. He is a Rhodes Scholar, a lawyer, and notary public, ambassador to the World Trade Organization, arbiter on the International Commercial Arbitration Center, Scientific Council member of the European Foundation for Progressive Studies, senior fellow and co-founder of Diplo Foundation, senior lecturer in private international law, and senior visiting lecturer in diplomacy at the University of Malta and at the Mediterranean Academy for Diplomatic Studies. He secured his law doctorate in 1973 with a seminal thesis on constitutional change, followed both as to form and substance in introducing Malta's 1974 Republican Constitution. As foreign minister, he lobbied for, won, and managed Malta's only term on the United Nations Security Council. He negotiated Malta's neutrality agreements in Italy, France, Libya, Algeria, the USSR, and the USA. He launched an international appeal to protect the critical infrastructure of the internet as part of the common heritage of mankind in 1997 in Kuala Lumpur, and the two World Summits on the Information Society in 2003, WSIS, and WSIS in 2005. At the 2015 Paris UNESCO Conference on Connecting the Dots in December 2015 at the United Nations General Assembly UNGA, WSIS Plus 10 New York, USA, and at the Vatican's The Common Good in the Digital Age in Rome, September 2019. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. You seem to be muted still.
Is that clearer? Is it okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tanya, for this excellent introduction. I'm delighted to be participating in this very timely conference, because it is, as it were, that we've arrived at a crossroads in general geopolitics, and therefore also that will help us to gauge the importance of mediation. I will be delineating, as far as I manage, I'm not too sure I will, an intimate interplay between the general geopolitical order and the boundaries of harnessing culture for mediation, conflict prevention, and resolution. In other words, I am trying to see this interplay, a cross-relationship between undulating cycles of the world order, whether it is very tough Cold War or a détente, and the possibilities for scope for mediation, basically. However, let me start off with a more general appreciation that international disputes, conflicts, and wars, be they interstate or intrastate, are no longer just between two adversaries. And so mediation is no longer this classical triangulation that you had in the classical literature. We have now conflicts which are much more complex. However, mediation hasn't developed correspondingly. So first, this is the first abyss we have. Mediation hasn't developed as much as the conflicts have become complex. Since the end of the Cold War, in fact, with the end of the bipolar world order, wherever there are international disputes, conflicts, and even wars, we now see the major powers infiltrating directly or indirectly to a greater or lesser degree, sometimes admitting, but more often than not denying any participation whatsoever in these new hybrid wars, hybrid civil conflicts with many new non-state actors. Our main challenge, therefore, today is to seek ways and means to update traditional mediation methods to face these new tasks, starting by basic outreach to contain and link up with all diplomatic actors relevant, old and new. And so mediation, pure and simple, would have had a heyday. Let's consider this theoretically. It would have had a heyday had the New World Order established immediately after the end of the Second World War and enshrined in the UN Charter been fully implemented. Because then conflicts, both interstate as well as in civil wars during that period, would have allowed for the mediator to triangulate. However, during the Cold War, this was mainly taking place through the superpowers' proxy, suggesting that mediation could only be successful if consented to also by the proxy's principles. In other words, my point here is that in a peaceful world order, had that shone beyond 1948, we'd have had more scope for mediation than we had during the Cold War itself, when we had the culture of war and mutual assured destruction as the main prevailing culture and not the culture of peace that only lasted for these puny little 3 years between 45 and 48. Similarly, not even did the peace dividend emerge after the end of the Cold War in 1989 as promised. The culture of war again has prevailed, even through outright illegal wars in terms of the UN Charter, as with the bombing of Yugoslavia and the 2003 Iraq war. And so mediation was once more relegated to a very subsidiary, clandestine, nearly subversive role. It went against the prevailing culture, the culture of war. Let us remember the famous dictum, together if we can, alone if we must. This was George Bush Jr.'s statement whilst lobbying the UN Security Council to attain a leaf of legitimacy for the Iraq war. He didn't succeed. And so with it, he broke the central pillar supporting multilateralism and any vestige of a new world order promised after the end of the Cold War. Mediation hardly stood any chance whatsoever pushing uphill versus the strongly renewed culture of war. Mediation without a culture of peace is therefore a Sisyphean task. And like Sisyphus, our poor mediators are exerting all their energies for peace during the day, only to see most of the efforts of the day pulled down to nothing during the night. No wonder mediating is on the decline. Now, it would seem that our first task is therefore to invest much more heavily in a culture of peace, which should have been the case immediately after the end of the Second World War in 45 and after the end of the Cold War in 89. It's therefore now up to us today to explore the 1001 possible answers of how and why we all missed out on this. But I won't be going over there. Nevertheless, this should remain a constant endeavor, for without a culture of peace, without a peace ecosystem, no less, we cannot have mediation attempts having any chance of success. The inauguration of a new US president next week beckons. Let's wait and see what he will deliver as from next week, both unilaterally as well as multilaterally. Now, turning back historically, in spite of these basic infrastructural shortcomings I've sketched, let's see what United Nations Secretaries General managed to get away with and accomplished. Dag Hammarskjöld, Secretary General 53 till 1961, lost his life in 61 in the process of trying to mediate a ceasefire in the Congo crisis. And in spite of his very novel and timely agenda for peace in 1992, as soon as the Cold War ended, Boutros Ghali lost a second term as UNSG. Kofi Annan lost Iraq, but stayed on for a second term, 1997 till 2006. And Ban Ki-moon, UNSG from 2007 till 2016, tried his best to list quite methodically the various ways and means of what he called enhancing mediation, and its support activities in 2009 in his report, and further elaborated much more pragmatically on these in another of his reports on preventive diplomacy delivering the results, which I strongly appeal to our participants to read and study carefully. On taking office, the present UNSG, Antonio Guterres, sought to expand UN activities in support of mediation in 2017, promising a surge, no less, of diplomacy for peace. But prevailing winds from across the road have not permitted him much leeway in his first 4 years. Now in his 5th year, perhaps we'll see more and better results unless his declared bid for a second term comes in the way. Now, it's very true that, legally speaking, Article 33(1) of the Charter clearly stipulates in Chapter 6, which meaningfully and very significantly comes before Chapter 7. May I remind those who are more gung-ho than I? Because 33(1) stipulates that first of all, I think there is a hierarchical, clear stipulation here. First of all, the parties to any dispute, the continuance of which is likely to endanger the maintenance of international peace and security, shall first of all seek a solution by negotiation, inquiry, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, etc. But who do we sue if this doesn't take place? If any member state breaches this fundamental commandment, who do we sue? Where? So this boils down to legalese. Similarly, in Article 2(3), members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice, no less, are not endangered. And if they don't, where do we sue them? Similarly, again, in Article 99, whereby the UNSG may bring to the attention of the SC any matter which, in his opinion, may threaten the maintenance of international peace and security, should we sue the UNSG if he doesn't? Where? With what remedies? Let us therefore, in other words, term these as legalistic articles, which may more profitably be used instead as persuasive narratives in our mediating, and in the media, domestic or international, to apply public diplomacy leverage by framing the dispute on our own terms, but not much more. Apart from the numerous valuable articles and books on culture and mediation, and I will here highlight also the important contributions of the United Nations University in Tokyo, I must emphasize the value of the primary sources, namely these UNSG reports, which I've just been citing, because we have there a remarkable record of best practices in mediation at the highest level. In reality, therefore, we cannot be that critical of the UNSGs, as they tried and did what they could or what they were allowed to. Check Boutros Ghali's famous biography, Unvanquished, as to his relationship with the United States Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, which wasn't always so bright. And that therefore gives us a picture as possible of the real possibilities and tensions of harnessing the power of the residual strands of a culture of peace for mediation. This is the picture we get. It may also be relevant for us to revisit, now that we have the records, how the diplomatic mediations in the 70s and 80s of the group of European neutral and non-aligned states in the then CSCE, now OSCE, where we used to shuttle between the two superpowers' foreign ministers to seek compromises. Constrained, as we all were, especially at the Stockholm Conference on Disarmament, by the fear of a revived arms race, leading to the increased possibility of a nuclear war. However, with so many of those armed treaties now expired, abrogated, denounced, there is surely the need for a new mediating group here. And this is why I appeal to the organizers, panelists, and participants to take up this challenge. The fear of the new, more feasible weapons like mini nukes and hypersonic missiles hasn't yet developed enough through the media to a sufficient degree, such as to qualify for the essential ingredient of mediation, namely a painful stalemate, as it's been put. But I strongly appeal again to the panel, audience, and participants to dedicate ourselves to this noble endeavor. in the afterlife of the conference itself. Much before, historically, much before the Eurocentric balance or changing balances of power and concepts of Europe, moving on to nascent multilateralism and the League of Nations and now to the United Nations, in the quest for the holy grail of elusive new world orders, there were traces of mediation in a nearly completely anarchic society 4,000 years ago. One of the earliest recorded mediations occurred more than 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. There are records indicating that a Sumerian ruler helped to avert a war between neighboring groups and to develop an agreement on a dispute over land. Similarly, in the Amarna cuneiform Akkadian tablets, we find this very quarrelsome king of Byblos in Lebanon pleading with the pharaoh for Egyptian military help because he feared that he was going to be invaded by the Hittites from the north and the Habirus from the south. Whatever the pharaoh answered is not known, though his world had never suffered the willfully deliberate massive loss of life and destruction of the two world wars of the last century. And if that was not enough to learn our lesson of the wastefulness of the culture of war, there are still around 40 conflicts today, and civil wars still abound and increase to such an extent as to make successive mediators give up all hope in the face of failed states. Failed states are an enormous problem we are facing. And therefore, we must get down to the basic psychological decision. We must do our utmost to persuade warmongers that civilization has now come beyond Horatius' famous or infamous motto saying, dulce et decorum est pro patria mori, meaning it is sweet and fitting to die for the fatherland. The ultimate sacrifice was not averted through any mediation seeking common ground in these two world wars, be it same faith Christianity, nor through interfaith common ground as is suggested in the Middle East. Nor is it encouraging to know that even though there was never any hint of ideological confrontation coming out of China versus the US, as there had been from the Soviet Communist global challenge, the tariff wars were in fact started and expanded to technology wars and decoupling, which no mediator up to now seems to have even dared bridging before relations turned so sour as to take policy decisions to make costly human sacrifice all over again through military confrontation. This is why promoting the culture of peace becomes infrastructurally more and more important to assure mediating success. To achieve this, perhaps much more emphasis on the economic dimension now of conflicts is required to give peace a chance of becoming the prevailing culture again. And the opportunities for successful mediation would be greater wherever and whenever the prevailing peace were breached. It is well known that Switzerland saved a lot of lives and treasure by not participating any longer in European wars after the 1815 Congress of Vienna recognized its neutrality. And Sweden, too, became one of the richest countries in Europe and the world by similarly abstaining from further wars, thus saving lives and accumulating treasure. Moreover, consider some basic statistics in support of the prevention of conflict. They make strong economic sense. The World Bank has calculated that the average cost of civil war is equivalent to more than 30 years of gross domestic product growth for a medium-sized developing country. 30 years. That is a huge damaging blow to any country's prospects. And the most severe civil wars, according to the World Bank, impose cumulative costs of tens of billions of dollars, and recovery to original growth path takes the society concerned an average of 14 years. Now here we have an idea of measurement, which is usually very difficult to introduce into any discussion of culture of war or culture of peace to be harnessed for mediation. I think this is a very persuasive argument for our mediators. Moreover, just before Trump's inauguration 4 years ago, a famous Chinese businessman said blaming China for the US's weakening economy is misguided. If America is looking to blame anyone, he said, it should blame itself. It's not that other countries steal jobs from you guys, he said. It's your own strategy, distribute your money and things in a proper way. And his most compelling argument was that the US has wasted over $14 trillion in 13 wars, fighting 13 wars over the past 30 years, rather than investing this amount in harnessing the power of the culture of peace, rather than investing in infrastructure at home. Had this amount of money been invested in the culture for peace, mediation would have stood a better chance and peace would be more sustainable than precarious as it is increasingly. And therefore, this also reveals the financial and therefore media deficit of the peace lobby versus the arms industries lobby, subsidizing the culture of war. Such are the virtually insurmountable barriers to introducing a robust culture of peace, which one could comfortably harness for enhanced conflict prevention. Perhaps our younger participants could come up with useful, feasible suggestions of attaining this long sought after culture of peace. Not that work on it hasn't ever been done. Look at UNESCO's valid work, not only during the UN decade, following its Declaration and Program of Action on a Culture of Peace in 1999, but even since then, and the crucially seminal investment in the field of education. It goes without saying that this needs an urgent and compelling revival. Now, with this quick survey of the macro dimension of the power of culture for mediation behind us, let us now turn to the micro aspects. Let's consider the following dimensions of mediation and culture. The critical questions are what, who, why, where, how, when, and which is the optimal combination of the answers to these questions in a given moment in time and place. This suggests choosing the best policy options to maximize results, although choice is not usually so free and at hand. Thus, given that in answer to the question of who mediates best in a given situation of a much larger array of actors than the traditional mediation between two states, evolving intrastate dynamics and global risks, we have a choice between at least these 6 diplomatic actors. First of all, the UN, although it has been measured that small states trend much more in advance of the UN in answer to the who question. Secondly, intergovernmental organizations, and the European Union is pushing its weight slowly but surely in Asia, Africa, Latin America, with gradual vestiges of success. Then we come to states themselves, as I said, with small states excelling at mediation. Then fourth, non-governmental organizations, and we have a number of think tanks like the Sant'Egidio, the Carter Foundation, the Kofi Annan Foundation, the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. These all give us enormous inputs with expertise in their research. High-profile personalities like Kissinger was in being able to stop the Israelis from taking Cairo in the '73 war, or Lakhdar Brahimi or Kofi Annan himself, and local mediators for a sixth. Now, choosing from amongst these is also to be determined ideally by rotating this Rubik cube color against the others with what, why, where, how, when. And this merely for policy choices, not because there is a pre-established color solution, one size fitting all. Now, the UN has played a very positive role when 5 central variables were congruent. First, consent, the willingness of the parties to accept a role for the UN. Second, timing, engagement at a moment when the parties are receptive to engagement but haven't made an irrevocable decision towards violence. Third, knowledge and relationships. UN diplomacy tends to do better where the envoy is both deeply knowledgeable, well-known, and has strong connections. Leverage, although this depends on a unanimous Security Council resolution. Without it, the leverage gets weaker. And sustainability. In other words, How well was the intervention, the mediator's intervention, linked to longer-term conflict drivers such as inequality, relative poverty, and exclusion? This would give us a strong chain with future drivers for peace and make sustainability more stable. And this is where the UN can come in by also promising and delivering from other UN programs of action to build further confidence and trust. It is obvious then that UN diplomacy still requires greater resources for mediation and conflict prevention in order to take strategic planning and preparation, which I emphasize a lot with my students of diplomacy, very seriously. We cannot rely any longer on the big superpowers who undeniably have their own problems, don't we know, to resolve international crises, though their role remains crucial. We must therefore advocate that the UN builds flexible diplomatic platforms, drawing together regional and international actors in more creative ways, using the so-called framework diplomacy more effectively. The United Nations University Center, again I mentioned, for Policy Research, published UN Preventive Diplomacy in 2018 with an excellent assessment framework for UN preventive diplomacy. I strongly recommend this because it is a pragmatic approach for UN mediators and international policymakers. Now, when we now come to the crucial, agonizingly crucial face-to-face diplomacy moment in mediation, there are specific cross-cultural mediator roles which should be observed apart from the classical ones of persuasion and the ability to extract an attractive proposal out of each side in negotiations. And three have been put forward, which I think I will share with you this morning. The interpreter role, one, decoding and explaining the parties' culturally encoded messages and enabling them to communicate intelligibly. Secondly, the buffer role, helping to protect high-phase salient disputants from painful and unwelcome confrontation. And third, the coordinator role, synchronizing the discordant negotiating conventions of the rivals and enabling coordinated solutions to emerge at each of the various stages of the tasks and the talks at hand. Where antagonists are separated by fundamental, unconscious antinomies relating to the use of language, significance attached to face, and conventions regulating the business of negotiation, we do need that the mediator performs cross-cultural roles. Although Cohen, in his cultural aspects of international mediation, absolutely declares that international disputes do not involve a clash of cultures, let alone a clash of civilizations. His rejection of the quite unrealistic general clash of cultures or civilizations, even more applicable to the elite trained experienced diplomats and ministers who are so used to meeting one another that they have their own refined and confirmed ways and means of communication. They definitely do not get tripped up on the well-known cultural barriers to communications, which we still find in a number of pedestrian publications, for example, on how to do business in China. These barriers to communication are among stereotypes and better placed in the theater or in a comedy, but not between well-known to each other experienced diplomats who are speaking the same language with the same numbers, where this becomes not so relevant any longer. They are not really relevant for the high-ranking negotiations across cultures, though they might be for the first-time business visitor to China. Can we imagine really and realistically that in the protracted last 3 years of US-China negotiations on the tariff wars, that these could have got derailed because of the classic cross-cultural communication barriers? Hardly. That the first set of US demands, yes, sounded more like a conqueror's, a conquistador's terms of conquest and therefore surrender. Yes, that was so. It's still in writing, but they've moved on much more from there with the Phase 1 agreement this time last year. The classic communication barriers with China usually list Confucianism, Taoism, collectivism, face, patience, social status, and Guangxi. as general advice, though emphasis is made on Confucianism, faith, and Guangxi. However, this is to be understood at best as applicable at the basic businessman dialogue level and no longer to the top echelons of China's government negotiations. The Chinese government negotiators have come a long way from the famous first meeting between President Nixon and Chairman Mao, which was termed by Kissinger as an exchange between the deaf and the dumb. But it was buttressed solidly and diplomatically by the very good relations and working-like relations between Kissinger himself and Prime Minister Zhou Enlai. They set the ball rolling and kept it sustained that way. Admittedly, all these caveats cannot be ignored, as they may also in modern times be themselves exploited and manipulated for some diplomatic mileage directly or indirectly through the media. Now, more relevant today is how best to harness the new power of technology for mediation, without, obviously, being harnessed by any of the new mega superpowers, the tech giants. The problem of cybersecurity is with us here in this new world. But let us look at the mediator's digital toolkit, which is already the subject of many a conference, such that the power of technology now competes in importance with the power of culture, or have they become one? Do we have a culture of technology? And perhaps when we speak of harnessing culture, we speak of harnessing the power of technology in this new culture. I think that is the updated definition of culture. And there are three main areas. I will not go into blockchain because that is yet to be proven, at least to my mind. But in the first area, no mediator worth his salt, I would say in general, can afford not having a digital support team in his team. And in the first area, the area of social media, this is perhaps where the support team can carry out much more all-pervasive tests and sampling and factorization. We all know that the social media platforms are used individually, like Facebook, Flickr, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, Twitter, YouTube, and instant messaging applications such as Signal, Telegram, Viber, WhatsApp. But here we are talking of using them systematically by the mediator, no longer individually, just sending his text message to his assistant that he'll be coming late tomorrow afternoon. So what is this systemic? This is giving the tech giants a huge power, which must be harnessed by the mediator's digital team in order to learn more about the two parties and where they are coming from and possibly where they are going to, although that is obviously going to be much more difficult. However, let us remember that already this was used in the Arab Spring, especially in Cairo, in making the dissidents networking daily, hourly, speedily, and directly to a very high degree of resilience. And they were much more resilient than the government authorities themselves. So that is where you can see that their action was much quicker and effective than the government itself. Now, the second area is machine learning, and we're moving into the deeper echelons of artificial intelligence, which is used to generate predictions about what conflict stakeholders will do, when and where. Now, I would take this with a pinch of salt because there are risks involved here, great risks. The data that machines are fed can reinforce or amplify already existing cognitive and social biases. This is the problem with artificial intelligence. 25 years ago, we used to say garbage in, garbage out for computers, but I think that is still a skeptic's approach to machine learning. That the inherent biases of the algorithms themselves are going to give us an expected answer, as it were, and not a true answer. And so we're going full circle here that Not only do we need more resources for the mediator and the UN itself, not only do we need to have a digital support team for our mediator, but our mediator, poor man, also needs in turn even more context and technical experts who would be required to correct and adjust the machine learning process and contribute their own knowledge and analysis to improve the accuracy of the results. So how far have we really got to this today in 2021? Is it still works in progress? The third area, virtual reality, which can help to transport, in inverted commas, negotiation participants into the lives or virtual lives of other communities to increase awareness and understanding of shared interests and commonalities. Now, by achieving that, we are being more persuasive, it's true, as mediators. And it does serve as a real basis for enabling personal interactions. You're actually participating through virtual reality with these communities. And you can then discuss in reality with the mediator, with your counterpart, what you've seen and what you've deducted. It might also serve as a powerful tool for engaging parties through visual narratives that illustrate conflict resolution priorities. So even here, you can have scenarios being brought before you in a more lifelike virtual reality that can be very, very convincing and compelling. Or to create perspective taking. This is even more important because the team and the stakeholders will go back to reflect on what they've experienced in virtual reality, and they will adjust their perspective. So the perspective-taking stage of the mediator becomes much more refined and calibrated. And mainly, it cultivates empathy between the conflict parties because they start seeing scenarios they really want to avoid getting to, the unintended consequences of the decision to start taking violence as a means towards your political objectives. This is a great advance by any means. And let us remember that the digital dimension to mediation was already being employed by Holbrooke in the negotiations for the Dayton Accords in 1995 between Serbia, Croatia, and Bosnia. A very significant feature, however, which the new technologies do not yet capture, is the emotional condition of the negotiation and the negotiators themselves. For example, there would still be Serb negotiators who would feel deeply cheated by the West's flouting of UNSC Resolution 1244 in 1999, which reaffirmed the commitment of UN member states as a UN Security Council resolution to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and the other states of the region, as set out in the Helsinki Final Act and in Annex 2 of 1244, an annex that, albeit both affirms the sovereignty of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and envisions only, inter alia, a Kosovo status process. Similarly, Russian diplomats still feel cheated by the West for falsely, either from the very start having promised not to extend eastwards after the fall of the Berlin Wall, or for not later keeping that promise and pushed militarily east so much that numerous Western troops from different Western countries are today now on the Russian border. This is the source of the deep, very deep mistrust, which is so difficult to overcome in any forthcoming negotiation, as well as hopefully in any useful supporting mediation with Russia. The Chinese quickly learned their own lessons from the unraveling of the Soviet Union, not to trust unduly, not to trust unduly. Mediation, therefore, by harnessing the power of the culture of peace as common ground, is more needed now than ever before, in this throwback to the lack of trust of 40 years ago, in the pre-Gorbachev era. I will stop there and take any questions because I think I've given you enough to consider. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful and inspiring presentation and speech. We currently have our first question, which is, great power politics is back. Who calls the shots? Can UN and non-aligned countries play a meaningful role and be a bridge between the great powers?
Well, one would wish that to be so, but there have been many changes. Let's look at the founding fathers of the non-aligned movement. Where are they today? Yugoslavia? What's left of Yugoslavia? Egypt and Camp David, although the Arab Spring pushed some leaders of the new regime in Egypt to even tease the possibility of abolishing the Camp David Treaty. That never came through. India, and I know there's my old friend and colleague KISHAN RANA here who can tell you more about it. India is now being encouraged no longer on the non-aligned path, but to join the Quad against China. And then if we go to Ghana and Indonesia and Cyprus, they aren't the same visionary led countries as they were at the time of the Bandung conference and then later with the first Yugoslav conference leading on and on. I had also put together a non-aligned meeting of foreign ministers of the Mediterranean in order to carry on buttressing what we were doing in the CSCE and reporting from each to the other what was going on. So it does depend on leaders, I would say. And we are suffering a dire lack of visionary leaders at the moment. Perhaps you, Mr. Questioner, will be a new leader. I augur you the best of luck. Let me pass the baton on to you now.
Great, fantastic. Just a reminder to the rest of the attendees, if you would like to pose a question to any of the speakers, please feel free to do so in the Q&A section that is located at the bottom of your screen. I will give a moment to see if we have any questions. If anyone has any questions later on in the program, we can try to reply to them via the chat itself.
Very well.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency, for this wonderful speech.
Thank you, Ms. Strugar, and to Milos for organizing and taking the initiative for this fantastic conference. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be taking a short break and we'll be moving on to the first panel of the conference. Thank you all. We will be beginning with the first panel in 2 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Dear speakers and members of audience, I was just informed that we have more than 100 people attending the conference. Welcome to the first panel of our conference, which is titled Global Complexities and Encounters, Defining and Understanding Cross-Cultural Conflict. My name is MILOS STRUGAR. I'm the Director of Conflict Center, and I will moderate the panel. But firstly, I would like to thank Mr. SCEBERRAS TRIGONA for the insightful and highly inspiring keynote speech, which I believe gives a general direction for the discussion to follow and to go deeper into some of the aspects of this very complex topics which we are trying to address during this conference. We have seasoned experts on this panel with extensive academic work and mediation practical experience in studying and mediating conflicts across cultures. I will start by introducing each the panelists and posing some opening questions. The Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen has already been activated, and I invite the audience to participate in the discussion by posting their questions. We will try to answer as many questions as possible. If you wish to make a comment on the topics we are discussing, please use the chat feature. It is my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Sun Yisheng. Professor Sun Yisheng is the Vice President of the China Foreign Affairs University and Diplomatic Academy of China. She's Professor of International Studies, also Secretary General of China National Association for International Studies, and Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Foreign Affairs Review. She has been a research fellow at Harvard University, visiting scholar at Princeton University, and visiting professor at Lewis University. Her research mainly deals with international relations theories, international political linguistics, and China's foreign policy. She is the author of a number of books, including Language, Meaning, and World Politics on Iraq War, Mutual Construction and Evolution, China's Engagement with the International and Cultural System, Comparative Study of China's Rising Discourse, International Political Linguistics, Theory and Practice. Professor Sun, it is a great pleasure to have you on this panel and at the conference. And I would like to make a brief statement and to ask you a specific question. In the realist theory of international relations, main goal is to maximize power and security. Politics are defined by power, and culture has no meaningful role in this discourse. Liberalism, on the other hand, advocates cooperation and alliance building through international organizations, based on the so-called universal or shared values. This theory sees cultural differences, especially different values, as the main obstacle for international cooperation. Neoconservatism is also focused on universal values, while arguing for a more aggressive approach, including the use of force to achieve that goal. While one ignores the culture, the other sees the cultural differences as an actual cause of conflict. Professor Soon, we would appreciate your views. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador MILOS STRUGAR. It's a great pleasure to attend this conference and workshop. It's such an important topic for the world today. I really appreciate, Ambassador STRUGAR MILOS' effort to organize this whole program. Of course, China Foreign Affairs University is very pleased to be one partner. Just now, I think you have summarized very well the overall arguments of the different IR theories on culture. Either culture plays no role in international relations, or culture is the obstacle for international cooperation, or culture is the root or real cause of conflicts. I would say that these arguments make some sense in some circumstances. However, it's not an absolutely correct rule for international relations. For me, culture is a very important factor in international relations, but so far it is neither completely decisive nor can be neglected. So when we think about conflict or conflict mediation, culture is one important factor which needs to be taken seriously, because for culture mediation, the process is very important. And during the process, culture really plays a very important role. And the very basic reason is culture influences people's behavior, way of thinking, and the way to get along with others. So all these factors actually influence the process and even the result for conflict mediation and resolution. So we know quite often it is not the culture is not the direct cause of conflicts. So in order to make my ideas clear, I'll just share my screen. So I would like to talk about communicating and shaping culture for conflict mediation and resolution. I'll first talk about culture and national behavior, and then I talk about I take Chinese way of thinking as an example, and then last but not least, I will talk about culture should be better communicated and shaped for mediation and resolution. First, we say culture is a very important factor because it shapes national character and also influences national behavior. Why do we say so? So we all know that culture is accumulated and formed throughout a nation's development history. So it directly influences a country's worldview, the way of thinking and behavior, ideas and thoughts, values, norms and habits, and more importantly, the way to get along with other people. When we talk about the influence of culture on behavior, we can really get a lot of discussion from scholars. For instance, when we talk about national behavior or the choice of behavior, we often say there are mainly three logics. One is logic of consequence. So we calculate the cost and benefit and then choose the behavior or action which make us benefit most. And the other one is logic of appropriateness. So we think about our identity and then we choose the behavior which is most suitable for our social identity. And more importantly, there is another kind of logic, that is logic of habit or logic of practice. So that's to say, different people have different background knowledge or cultural background or personal experiences and emotion. And then when you come across something and very unconsciously, you choose a kind of behavior. So different scholars have talked about such influence in their academic work. For instance, John Spiller and Baudet, habitus, or Foucault effect, so on and so forth. So they all have different discussions. But the most important thing is, so they all agree background knowledge works, and that influences people's behavior. So that's to say people with similar cultural backgrounds are very likely to form a shared cultural community, and it's easier to understand each other. And then vice versa, for those with different culture, their social practice and the way of interaction are likely to be different. So misunderstanding and misinterpretation often happens. So I would like to use one common example. For instance, for the same language or for the same behavior, and people with different cultural backgrounds, their interpretation might be quite different. For instance, China says the broad Pacific Ocean is vast enough to embrace both China and the United States. What China means is peaceful coexistence of the two countries, but other countries might interpret differently. I hear quite a few, different interpretations. For instance, one is people say, well, that means China and the United States will dominate Asia, and all the other countries should be pushed out. So you see quite different interpretation. Next, I will talk about, take Chinese way of thinking influenced by Chinese culture as an example. Chinese people often, have a certain way of thinking about things. The first one is, holistic and long-term way of thinking. Several features value collectivism. Individuals should follow the group, or emphasize an overall or long-term perspective and tendency rather than from individual parts, or set long-term goal or plan, such as 5-year plan or 2-centennial goal. And then what about in practice? So before doing concrete things, and people always analyze the overall situation, such as the overall situation of the world or the country. And then in practice, always integrate the individual parts to form the whole, and then proceeds under the integrated framework. For instance, the creation of 16+1, or Forum of China-African Cooperation. And when coming across problems, so efforts are always made to coordinate the relations smoothly first, through consultation and negotiation, rather than directly using sanction or forces. And the second one is stick to the golden means and emphasize the interconnectivity between things. So this is a bit different from the Western thinking way of categorization. So Chinese emphasize interconnectivity between things. So even for things opposite or conflictual with each other, are still considered to be interdependent and can change mutually and even form harmonious whole. So that's why for Chinese culture, it always emphasizes mutual tolerance and inclusiveness. We always encourage the idea of a pluralistic coexistence. And the third feature is the attitudes towards differences and the emphasis of interchangeability between different things. So differences should be treated dialectically, and under certain conditions, the conflictual or different things can change towards another direction. And people thinking that way, for instance, regarding the trade war between China and the United States, and some people say, although it's bad, maybe it's also good, it's also an opportunity for China to rethink about China's economy and remodel China's economy. And then in practice, when coming across differences or problems, efforts are always made to direct them into good direction first, or smoothing the process and direction or relation. So that's to say, process is very important because it's a learning by doing process. It's not a kind of result-oriented process. And the fourth feature is peace and harmony, always a harmonizing way of thinking. We always emphasize harmony without uniformity or diverse but harmonious. This kind of thinking is used to handle interpersonal or international relations. So that's to say, we need to look at the complementarity of immanent inclusivity, this aspect. And then what about in practice? In practice, an inclusive world is always emphasized. That's to say, we accept diversity as a kind of natural state, seek common ground while reserving differences. So different civilizations are the embodiment of different wisdom and other contribution of different nations to the world. So this is why we always encourage, pluralistic coexistence. Regarding the idea of civilization clash or civilization superiority, for Chinese people, we say respect the diversity of civilizations, and then in handling relations among civilizations, replace the estrangement with exchange, clashes with mutual learning, and superiority with coexistence. So this is what has been written in the 19th CPC National Congress report. So that's to say, it's a kind of government position. So we can see that culture not only influences individual behavior, also influences a country's foreign policy, because foreign policy often reflects its own national culture and tradition. This is why for different countries, maybe diplomatic style, approaches, and measures sometimes are different. And last but not least, I will just say a few words about culture should be better communicated and shaped. At least the very precondition is we should not hold negative or even exclusive attitudes towards diversity of race, ideology, religion, and culture. And different culture, as different culture leads to different behavior, culture should be treated equally and should be better communicated so as to strengthen mutual understanding and respect. And then in practice, when coming across behavior different from one's own expectation, and try to approach it from a cultural perspective and see whether it can be better understood. So for specific issues or issue area, in order to better understand each other or better solve problems, even conflicts. So try to construct a kind of culture understood or even accepted by all. So in this case, we know it's a bit different from national culture. So here, what I mean is, it more means, shared knowledge, intersubjective understanding, consensus reached within a certain group after communication, after dialogue. And then it can be, once it has formed, it can be taken as the background for problem solution. So in different specific issue area, construct a kind of shared culture. For instance, regarding security, just now, I think Ambassador Alex mentioned that. Do we have a peace culture, or do we have a cooperative culture, or are we changing towards a kind of conflictual culture? Think about what is going on today. The world needs cooperation, than any time throughout history. However, cooperation seems not very smooth. So is our security culture changing, or has already changed. Or regarding another problem, climate change. So have we reached consensus? Have we reached certain, widely accepted norms? Are we shaping a kind of positive culture to solve such global issues? So I think these are the questions we need to consider very seriously today. So finally, I think for culture, because culture is related with understanding quite a lot, mutual understanding. So communication, dialogue are the most important, not only at the government level, but also at people-to-people exchanges level. Of course, the purpose is we can better understand each other regarding way of thinking, regarding way of behavior. So only in this way can we get rid of, obstacles or solve problems or even conflicts. Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Soon. Thank you for highlighting some very important points in this, especially about the value and the importance of process as a learning curve. Because sometimes we as mediator practitioners, we are focused on the end results and we are not giving due attention to the process itself. But Emmanuel, I'm sure, will talk about this. Also about interconnectivity and the need to understand better each other and how to do that, and about inclusivity, harmony, and consensus building. These are all key issues in the context of understanding and defining a cross-culture communication. Thank you very much for this. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. CROOKE, ALASTAIR CROOKE, Director and founder of Conflicts Forum, based in Beirut and Italy. He was formerly advisor on Middle East issues to Javier Solana, the EU Foreign Policy and Security Chief. He was also a staff member of Senator George Mitchell's fact-finding committee that inquired into the causes of the Palestinian Intifada in 2000-2001, and was advisor to the International Quartet, which was also dealing with the issue of Israeli-Palestinian relations. He facilitated various ceasefires in the occupied territories and the withdrawal of occupying forces on 2 occasions. ALASTAIR has had 20 years experience working with Islamist movements and has extensive experience working specifically with movements such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and Islamist movements in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the Middle East. He is a member of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations Global Experts. He is the author of the book, Resistance, the Essence of the Islamist Revolution. And he is a frequent contributor in the international press, both writing articles and TV and radio commentary. ALASTAIR, culture plays a crucial role in understanding the context and key issues in every conflict, as Professor Soon also, eloquently explained. Culture is also essential in finding solutions. While only a small segment of culture is visible on the surface, the powerful core of meaning lies in the depths of collective psyche. From these depths comes out perceptions of ourselves and others. This dictates our values, beliefs, judgments, and also defines our relationships. So revealing these depths and working across culture is complex. Is it possible, and how, to address these complexities while working with the cultural dimension of conflict? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Milos, and very interesting question that you phrased for me. Thank you. Yes, we are talking about culture, and what is culture? I mean, it's a very obvious question, but its actual name gives much away. It's something that is cultivated. It is something that grows. It is something that is living. It has its own evolutionary structure to it. It's rooted in nature as well. Of course, what we have now in this period is, if you like, that people come and they've read the literature, perhaps they've done a degree in comparative religion or international relations. And we've have that often. Interns come to us and start and they say, well, I've done international relations, when do I meet Hezbollah? And you say, well, not for a very long time, I think, perhaps if ever. Because it's very difficult. Can you really experience another's culture? Can you really do that? One of the problems we have with this is that we live in a modern Western rationality, all of us, international diplomats, of course. And for that, when they look at culture, there's nothing very much to see. It's largely formulaic. You can read it in a book. We are told the Iranians are looking for the 12th Imam, the hidden occulted Imam suddenly come, that they believe in the Imam. Other cultures are said to have a belief in the holiness of a river. It becomes something peripheral. It becomes, if you like, dead in the process and can be put aside, instead of which we can rely on persuasion and argument. I don't think you can really go into someone else's culture completely. I think you can leave your own culture. And that is a useful thing, because if you can look back into your own culture, you can see better its drawbacks. You can see how it looks to the outside world. So leaving your own culture, the ability to step back from your own culture and look at it dispassionately from the outside, I think is much more important than, if you like, trying to enter into some new age attempt to understand other cultures, take up yoga or study Buddhism. It may be useful, but you don't really enter that culture because this is something that you experience. Culture is something that forms you. It is, if you like, really in a way, the scheme of narratives, of moral stories about which your society, your community has been shaped. Going back into history, these narratives, often moral narratives, go back and form you, and you basically, the course of your life is the course of your path through these moral stories that we see. But what we have, and what makes it so difficult, as I say, is that we live in a world where many have achieved this, what I call the spirit of the times, of today, which is an armor-plated Cartesian retort, if you like, a bubble. Very hard for us to get out of this bubble. And as a consequence, it's not just a matter of saying, oh, well, I've studied someone else's culture, their religion. It's simply about hearing. Simple as that. After the beginning of the war on terror, I used to take many people, including experienced, seasoned diplomats with all the skills of international diplomacy, to meet Hezbollah. At the end of it, they come out and they say to me, well, Alastair, why was he saying this? And I turn around to them and say, but they didn't say that. They never said that to you. Where did you get that idea from? I said, no, they said it. But actually, they just couldn't hear. They couldn't hear what that man was saying because they were not able to listen to what was being said. I would think that of about 100 people that I took to meet Hamas and Hezbollah, Westerners or people from, if you like, the international global community, maybe 2 or 3 really understood, could hear what was being said to them. And there is a difference in language. Professor Sun touched on this, in how people express themselves from a different culture. Go on to that. So what we did in terms of negotiation, and for a while, apart from ceasefire negotiating, de-escalations of violence, I was also involved in hostage negotiation, which is slightly different. But one of the things that we attempted to do was to train our mediators in what I call deep listening. And that is a sense of actually not talking, not arguing, not persuading, but actually listening. Stillness, stilling the mind, a quiet consciousness, not with one's mental system wearing away at the front lobes of your brain, but with a complete focus on what is being said. Quiet focus on what is being said. It's always been said it was to listen with the whole being, not just simply listen by your ears and listen in a rational way. I think this has been a very important element in what we did in training for mediation and negotiation, is to be able to listen in a deep way. I won't claim that it's a first, because actually, if I had it reinforced in me, it was in the negotiations in Iran and with Hezbollah. And what is underlined in that so much was actually at the end of it, the Iranians, as with Hezbollah, always said to me that what mattered for them was not persuasion, not arguments, not about the balance of power, not about saving face, but what mattered was the state of consciousness of the mediator. Was a mediator able to hear a different truth? Was he able to understand that Iran has a very different truth? And they held the idea that only if you saw a degree of consciousness that was open to another understanding of a culture, was there a chance of making peace or finding a solution? And that is a very different way from a Western way of doing it. And I think we have to understand that this was done by listening, by experiencing. It's about, again, I come back to the word living. It's about a living culture. Because if you see the other culture as living, then you treat it as you would another person. When you have an interaction with another human, it's an interpenetration. You give something of yourself, you take something from them. And in that sense, your consciousness is transformed as much as their consciousness also is transformed. Quality of consciousness more than the quality of arguments, more than the quality of persuasion. Of course, argument and persuasion come into it, but not as the forefront of the process of talking in this way. Of course, in hostage cases, and here's an important part, I think, which was particularly, I'm talking about mediation with armed, sometimes hostile actors, that you have to talk, of course. It's not just listening in silence. But what is important, what is important in that is that we always ruled that the mediator never would be given a mandate, a full mandate, because he needed to talk, but without being cornered into giving commitments. It was very important for them to be able to always say, I understand you, I hear what you're saying, I'll do my best to persuade the powers that be that you're in the right position and what you say is correct. And so I think that history and vision of the future are very important subjects for discussion, to understand and to breach, if you like, to broach over this problem of the cultural, two different cultures together. And why I say that again, I come back to some of the things that Professor Sun mentioned is that culture is something, she called it history, but it's more than that, because we all know from science tells us very clearly that trauma is something that your body remembers. It's in your neurons. We know at least for 7 generations, you remember the traumas. But perhaps it's longer. Perhaps you remember these traumas and they affect your culture and they affect the way you behave. Remember, if I was dealing with Iran, they've had 1,000 years of trauma. Of course that is part of the culture. Of course that has to be understood and accepted as part of it. I recall that when I first did the negotiations with the IRA, a long time ago, I was very young and naive. And we had this idea we could put the 2 groups together in a room, the Catholics and the Protestants, and that somehow they would work out together a solution. It was very naive. It ended disastrously. It never worked at all, even with an experienced mediator. And after that, we did something different. We asked them to write their vision of history and their vision of their future. And of course, when we asked that, they said, what on earth do you want that for? Don't be so stupid. If we write down, the IRA said, if we write down our vision of our history, our narrative of history, you will hate it. You won't agree with it. It will be awful. It took us 4 years of work to get to that point. And they wrote down their vision of history, and the Protestants wrote down their vision of history and future. And of course, they were completely incompatible. There was no way in which you could find a compromise between the 2. But this was the point. Only then, only at that point, was it possible for both sides to say, look, I cannot accept the history. I cannot accept their vision for the future. But I do now agree that this is the authentic voice of this community and has to be accepted as that. Only then politics became possible. So I think that is the key. And also because, as we saw with the, if you like, I learned very early on with the IRA, of course, the other side is reading you and stereotyping you. And so again, the importance is really to be able to listen and to show you're listening and to show you have the consciousness to accept their version of history as their truth, as much as you have to accept that someone else has it. Truth is a very difficult thing to come to accept in that way. It's not just about, if you like, cutting a deal, going to the middle, seeing the 2 ends of the spectrum and dividing it here. Accepting the truth is another process. Then finally, I would add a warning to anyone who contemplates mediating between different cultures, particularly if the actors you're dealing with are armed and on the terrorist list. It's to watch your back. You will be amazed how antagonistic you will find your principals, your ministers hate what you're doing. Listening to people who have a different culture, who see your truth in a very different way. You'll be called, you will be said to have gone native, to have lost the track, to have, if you like, become, if you like, Stockholm hostage to the other side. You have to spend as much of your time doing your negotiating with your principals to tell them why you're doing this, what you're doing, and why it's important, as it is to negotiating with the people in front of you. And it's only if you can do that that you will be saved, because otherwise you will find the subject of extreme anger from people who don't like the idea of talking to people that they regard as terrorists or hostile to their own way of being. Thank you very much.
Alistair, thank you very much for the speech. I noticed Emmanuel and I were nodding with our head because you were expressing also our feelings and our experience when it comes to the mediation. Thank you very much for this. Thank you especially for highlighting what is possible and what is impossible in this situation, when we are dealing with different culture. And about the importance of what you call it deep listening. And I like this term. We call it in our vocabulary, we call it active listening. But I think deep listening, this is more appropriate. And also about the importance of focusing on history or understanding their vision of the other side of history and also their vision of future. And this is the stepping stone for any successful mediation. And thank you for the warning about watching our backs when mediating. We are fully aware of this, and I'm sure you and Emmanuel and I, we were in this situation very often. So as a mediator, you have to work in two directions at the same time. And that is what makes the role of the mediator difficult, but also crucial in the whole process. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is EMMANUEL HABUKA BOMBANDE. He's a United Nations Senior Mediation Advisor, member of the United Nations Standby Mediation Team. In 2017, he served as a Senior Mediation Advisor for the UN Peacekeeping Mission in Central African Republic. Prior to that, he was Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana. He also worked with the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel. He co-founded and was the Executive Director of the West Africa Network for Peace Building for over 10 years. He's a peace-building scholar, practitioner, and international trainer in conflict mitigation and prevention across Africa, and I would say, and beyond, with a strong background in conflict analysis. He has been a lead mediator in many community-based mediation efforts in West Africa. Emmanuel, you have been involved for over 30 years in mediating conflicts, communal conflicts, intercommunal conflicts, to national and interstate conflicts. In your view, how did the culture of the parties influence their understanding and framing of the conflict? And what were the steps you took to bring them together? Not an easy question, but the floor is yours, Emmanuel. Just unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much, my good friend, Ambassador Strugar. And I want to appreciate such a beautiful day of the sharing of wisdom, which for me is cultural, precisely because from an African background, listening, as Mr. Krooke has described it, is part of the cultural upbringing, because we are oral in tradition and in culture. And when you have words of wisdom, it basically is the human progress of sharing with the community and sharing with everybody. And to that extent, let me appreciate the two previous panelists for really sharing wisdom with us. The African worldview is built around culture. That is the foundation of everything. And to that extent, it does not surprise the rest of the world when we begin to share and hear more and more about the concept of Ubuntu, which basically is, I am because you are. And that is why it profoundly affects how we understand and frame conflicts as parties and as an entire community that revolves around conflicts. Because of the foundation of this worldview, relationships, therefore, are at the center of everything. And that's why Africa has such diversity. And in that diversity, you try to interrelate with others. So the similarities are enormous, but in those similarities of cultures are also the diversities of culture. And that is why the wisdom that has been shared resonates very well from my experiences, from my work, from my study, and to that extent, what it means in framing the question that you have posed and how then we begin to understand it. To be able to appreciate your question and how did we take culture into context, I want to take one example during my role as advisor to the special representative of the Secretary General for the Central African Republic, and let it be the background of my contribution. So in December 2017, I was basically, as a senior advisor, seconded to a panel of the African Union that came from the member states of the Economic Community of the Central African States, and who were meeting all the leaders of the 14 armed groups in the Central African Republic as a very important process of how we design dialogue. And that process would lead to the Khartoum dialogue in February 2019 that came out with the agreement to end the war in Central Africa. And as you can see, that agreement has not been respected and implemented the way we wanted. And no wonder the conflict continues. But the learning from a cultural worldview as we are having this conversation is where I am interested. Now, one of the issues in the conflict in Central Africa is the conflict between two major, what you would call, cultural understandings of the conflict. And in that context, therefore, the parties. To the north of Ka, we have a very strong presence of what we call the Pale or the Fulani, who are herdsmen by their way of living, behavior, tradition, culture, and identity. But if I talk about it in the context of Central African Republic, it's actually prevailing from the west coast of West Africa, from Senegal, right across the Middle Belt, right across the Sahel to the Horn of Africa. And so I'm trying to situate this in the context of Ka, but it's actually very present across the entire Middle Belt of Africa. Now, General Siddiqui, and according to the stories, he was one of the leaders of the armed groups recently killed. But he was a leader of the 3R, les 3R. And he basically was very strong in the areas that he had occupied. And when we sat with him after the catharsis, and all of it built around culture, the sharing of colonels, and trying to invite what both you and I have learned today, from active listening to deep listening, trying to invite him to deep listening and to create the environment, because the environment for deep listening has to happen for the listening to take place. And as we tried to succeed in doing that, we sat down to listen. The first words that came out of General Siddiqui, who is a leader of the Herder community or culture, if I were to put it that way, of the Pale or the Fulani, was, we took up arms so that we can be heard. We want to be recognized and we want to be included. We too are citizens. And he paused, and the room went silent. And so we needed to dig meaning behind these profound, if you'd call it, statements coming from a fearless rebel leader, fearless armed group leader. And he basically said, we see the world through the cattle that we have. The cattle we have is our wealth. It defines who we are as a people. It's our heritage. Our sustainable livelihood depends on those cattle. Everything about our life is about the cattle. But since the cattle have to move to graze, because they cannot graze on one spot for long, because the resources that are natural for them to graze would quickly be expended in one locality, the cattle have to move. And since the cattle have to move, we have to move with them. But we are living in an environment that is degrading very fast. But the other people we are in conflict with, including the state, do not want us to sustain our lives. That's one. But once they come for our cattle, they dispossess us of who we are. Because when you take away our cattle, you take us away. You take our soul away. You take who we are away. And that is why the war will not end, because it's not about fighting the state. And he said, we are not interested in political power. We are not interested to be part of central government. We want to live our lives as we know. And that is our culture and who we are. And this is the way the conversation began. And I started to think very carefully around this. So the conflict analysis that we normally do will try to look at what are the issues to be negotiated. What are the issues that the mediator can mediate in helping the parties? And in the context of many of the conflicts in Africa, and particularly the one I'm relating with, you would have issues of political power, issues of inclusion, identity, issues of ensuring that democracy allows the expression of the sovereign will of the people, and etc., and etc. But here we are sitting and listening profoundly, and a lot of these issues that we want the parties themselves to be able to articulate. And that's why elections become very important in how we want the modern state to be able to continue to build democracy, comes around the concepts of the modern forms of governance and etc. But here, somebody is talking about we want to simply be who we are. Don't take away what we value most. And so we took up arms so that you cannot come near our cattle, not because we want to go to the capital and take over the state. Of course, different armed groups have different reasons why they took up arms. I'm limiting myself to this particular group. And so this distinguishing feature then resonates with that cultural group that we call nomadic. So that when we talk about nomadic communities, it's very easy to understand them as people who move around. But I understood at a much deeper level that it is more than that. So that, for me, becomes the first point. So as the mediator, how does deep listening help us to understand people from their cultural worldview and how they look at the world, and for that reason, how they look at the others? And in that regard, how they understand the conflict. So that mediation research and practice goes beyond the analysis of the conflict and the analysis of the context, and understands people as parties in terms of who they are, in terms of what defines their worldview, and how they see the world, and how they relate with others. And Professor Song and Mr. Krooke brought this up very, very profoundly. It is the underlying assumption that we must begin to operate on. And to that extent, this conversation that I narrate with you, sitting with General Siddiqui, had a profound effect. And to that extent, if the conversations around mediation do not begin with this, we lose something very valuable. And to that extent, we begin to see a people who have a collective mindset. We begin to hear a narrative about a community. And so the first question then is, why is General Siddiqui able to mobilize so many fighters? It's not because of the war, but it's because of the effect of people feeling the same culturally. And because they want to stay on the foundations that define their worldview, taking up arms is more than simply fighting a war. It's about the struggle that is expressed for them to continue to be who they are, nomads, and people who live around cattle. The element of solidarity between that group then emerges. But the moment you begin to talk about that sense of solidarity, you don't limit yourself now to the Central African Republic, because the same group are in Chad, they are in Sudan, and they are in the neighboring states. And they attract the solidarity across borders because those borders no longer have meaning. But Ambassador Strugar, if you look at the mandate of MINUSCA, the mandate is internal to the Central African Republic. But the issues to be dealt with include how it crosses boundaries into neighboring states and how one group do not see themselves across the borders as citizens of the other country. They see themselves to be culturally united in a livelihood that has been taken away for several reasons. And to that extent, the borders have no meaning. So how do we design a process of dialogue and mediation in CAR when the issue goes beyond the boundaries of CAR? And the design, therefore, must be able to take that into account. So these assumptions and the worldview informs the behavior of such a party around the table. How do we bring such a party to be able to understand that just as yours must be respected in terms of your culture, your worldview, you must also see the same for the others. And to that extent, mediation can only be tangible if we can appreciate the cultural underpinnings that are central to these issues. And to that extent, the conversation requires bringing out as much as possible how people in their own cultural assumptions can see themselves in a relationship with others and fully respect that they too have their own cultural assumptions. These conversations out of this deep listening go beyond the politics and the geopolitics of the modern state that the international community wants to see of CAR. And in doing so, how do we see the parties beginning a journey of deeper transformation and change of the system that allows the modern state to continue to survive, but allows the cultural values of people to be present in that modern state? And that is why in the design that I was involved in leading towards the Khartoum dialogue, this became very important. That the understanding that the mediators should seek, the knowledge that the mediators should seek, must go beyond the analysis that comes from us as the international community, as the UN, but it must be authentic from the understanding of the parties themselves, including people like Siddiqui. But don't we have barriers? If we, rightfully so, I disagree with people like General Siddiqui who took up arms and have committed atrocities and human rights violations. But to what extent do I understand their part of the conflict, because I can create the space for them to articulate what truly is holding them? The challenge is when we finally arrive at the formal mediation processes in track 1, we lose out the authenticity of these voices that are legitimate. And that then becomes part of the problem. It becomes part of the challenge of mediation. How do the mediators elevate the conversation so that it can truly remain authentic? It can truly be legitimized by the voices that see themselves in relationship with others around their cultures. And so the facilitation and the mediation should allow, and I thank again Mr. Krug, the deep listening of all the parties, because this deep listening elevates the conversation for us to understand the cultural challenges and the barriers. And it's important that the invitation should transcend across all these cultures, what then becomes a meaningful dialogue. And to that extent, I'll move to conclude by looking at the second part of the question you asked, and to do so briefly. So what skills, what tools, how do we then begin to overcome the barriers of these cross-cultural issues and conflicts? One, the dialogue should allow a conversation that does not reenact the past, but that envisions the future. But for that to happen, the centerpiece of it, if we want to envision the future, is how do we coexist with this respect of cultural diversity, complex as it is, for that meaningful coexistence in the state? How do herders who by tradition and culture are nomadic coexist with a majority of people who are farmers and agriculturists? And we now must be innovative in our thinking about that. Rather than allowing identity and exclusion to inform the way forward. That is why in the track 1 mediation, as we saw in Khartoum, it was more about a high-level political structure because of a high-level position that directs the mediation as chairing a meeting, to allowing the professional expertise of professional mediators to inform how that mediation should happen. Let me reframe it. The professional mediator can create the environment for deep listening more than just chairing the meeting with a gavel. But at the same time, there must be the political support of the process in order that there is commitment, there is legitimacy, and there is an understanding of the long-term perspective of what peace means. Bringing back what Professor Sun talked about, the culture of peace in an environment of security that can be sustainable. And that there actually can be no agreement that we can call a peace agreement. There can only be a cultural understanding of what is possible for peace in Central Africa, since I was using that background, but elsewhere. And what that means is the agreement only becomes the beginning of the journey. And a lot of things, therefore, to sustain that process of peace is now about sustaining that dialogue around which culture was at the center, in order that the state can survive, in order that elections can be organized, in order that you can form a government, in order that you can have decentralization, in order that you can have all the modern forms of government. And when you do that, then you respond to the humanitarian crisis, you respond to development, you respond to how people are taken out of poverty, and you respond to how you bring people who are refugees back into their country, and people who are displaced to go back. And it doesn't matter whether the faith dimension of Christian and Muslim interplays with it. All these dimensions of a cultural understanding makes mediation meaningful because you can sustain it by allowing that space to be comprehensive and building on those human relationships. I've already taken quite a bit of time. Let me leave it here and have the opportunity to stay in the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you for bringing up Ubuntu. My first encounter with Ubuntu was in 1993 when I went to South Africa before the elections, before the change. And this was, in my view, Ubuntu was the key for the success of this process of transition from a horrific system of apartheid to a democratic state with the equal rights and more responsibilities. And also was the founding a basis, foundation for the Truth and the Reconciliation Commission. When I tried to apply the model of Truth and the Reconciliation Commission in some other places, it didn't work. And that is because the philosophy behind that was extraneous in other places. It is basically about, as you said, I'm only because we are community. You know, it's different than Western conceptualization of our sense of self, which is more individualistic. I think, therefore, I am. So thank you very much for bringing this, and also for the bringing different cultures which are dominating, especially in Africa, as cattle-loving cultures, nomadic and nilotic also, and for emphasizing this underlining assumptions, which are deeply engraved in the psyche and very difficult to identify. So some of these issues in a conflict situation are, as you said, way beyond the politics, which is centered around nation state or modern state. Coexistence is the key. Thank you very much for your lecture, Emmanuel. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. JOVAN KURBALIJA. He's the Executive Director of Diplo Foundation and head of the Geneva Internet Platform. He was a member of the UN Working Group on Internet Governance, special advisor to the chairman of the UN Internet Governance Forum, and a member of the high-level multi-stakeholder committee for Net Mundial. In 2018-2019, he served as co-executive director of the Secretariat of the United Nations High-Level Panel, Secretary General's High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation. A former diplomat, JOVAN has a professional and academic background in international law, diplomacy, and information technology. And he successfully combines all these three into one. He has been a pioneer in the field of cyber diplomacy since 1992, when he established the Unit for Information Technology and Diplomacy at the Mediterranean Academy of Diplomatic Studies in Malta, and later Diplo Foundation. Since 1997, JOVAN's research and articles on cyber diplomacy have shaped research and policy discussions on the impact of the internet on diplomacy and international relations. His book, An Introduction to Internet Governance, has been translated in 9 languages and is used as a textbook for academic courses worldwide. He lectures on e-diplomacy and internet governance in academic and training institutions in many countries. JOVAN, understanding and addressing cross-cultural conflicts requires communication across cultural divide and overcoming stereotypes, wrong perspectives, prejudice or bias. The digital era has created hopes that the advancement of the information communication technology and the accessibility of information will help to overcome these barriers. It seems, however, as previous speakers already highlighted, that most of us live in an information bubble and few venture outside it, not willing to look for worldviews, moral views framed by different culture. Are information and communication technologies, in your expert and informed view, helping to overcome or reinforcing barriers in understanding other cultures and different worldviews? Floor is yours, Jovan.
Well, the hopes failed, but there is still some hope. Ambassador Strugar, Milos, it's really great to be today at your event, and congratulations for really organizing a series of great events and building Conflux as a respectable and important hub for discussion on mediation and diplomacy in general. You're at the right place for this type of discussion. I'm originally from Belgrade, and I can understand why Belgrade could serve as an important place for discussion between different cultural barriers. We shouldn't be too bombastic about it, but the history of Belgrade and Serbia and former Yugoslavia, fortunately or unfortunately, developed that deep empathic, emotional, and historical layers that could be activated. Now, in the area which I'm primarily focused in, which is digital and computer science, people do not know that Yugoslavia served as a bridge between Soviet Union and United States in technological exchanges. And this is the reason why, for example, Belgrade Electrotechnical Faculty was one of the best in Europe in the 80s and 90s. Belgrade is again becoming hub of digital developments, and I would suggest that Conflux, together with other actors and the Diplo Foundation, which I'm leading, can help try to cultivate increasingly important gap between virtual discussions and real life discussion. And they come in the focus in the question of mediation. But let me answer your question by connecting to Emmanuel's points to previous speakers and one of anecdote from one of the cybersecurity discussions which I attended. It was very heated debate on the question of attribution, basically where the cyber attacks are coming from. And you're familiar from the public discourse what is happening. And after hours of discussion, providing the facts, African delegate came. And it's important, she basically said, guys, when you point the finger to somebody, 3 fingers are pointing to yourself. It was one of the famous African sayings which Emmanuel related to the oral culture and that depth which is completely under research and under utilized in global discussion on diplomacy and mediation. At that point, everybody got quiet because the message was clear. Before you point your finger to somebody else, be real and be honest what you are doing in the question of cyber attacks. And as you know, it's happening, the countries are attacking each other's big time. Therefore, that element of the deep cultural heritage that we carry in Belgrade, in Africa, in Asia, in China, we heard from the previous speakers, Latin America, obviously Western Europe, must be activated. And one of the underlying problems of our era is that social media and digital communication clean the communication space and introduce communication without context. Communication is always contextual. It relates to the deeper layers and deep listening, what ALASTAIR indicated, and deep understanding. Social media cleaned that space, and in the case of Twitter, basically simplified it and created, I would say, and I would argue strongly, and being one of the pioneers in digital field, I have some sort of legitimacy, created more damage than benefits to the humanity. Again, another link to the Emmanuel's presentation. When he mentioned cattle, you can just replace cattle with the local industry, local culture, and you can get much deeper understanding what is currently going in the cultural spaces in the Western European societies. One of the reasons for the reaction of those societies from Brexit to developments in the United States is basically the contextualization of communication and social existence. It increased the instability, it increased the sort of a general feeling of insecurity about people's lives, people's culture, and in particular their future. That shouldn't be underestimated, and it goes beyond mediation. Now, in order to explain or to try to answer the question which Milos, you asked, let me just bring some good news, and I will switch off my camera because it's better that you look at the few graphs that I will share with you. In the preparation for this session, I found an interesting survey. What are the favorite fiction books of the leading IT people in Silicon Valley, especially venture capitalists? There are two books, Alchemist by Pablo Coelho and Master and Margarita by Bulgakov. Now, those two books and what they put next to their beds could be that bridge which can communicate to increasingly powerful people in Silicon Valley without understanding of social and cultural context, which is becoming underlying tension of modern society. I won't go into the reason for we can discuss it later on, for the banning Trump from the Twitter and other things which you can read these days, many articles, or the contribution of Twitter to the radicalization and polarization of political debates all over the world, from Belgrade to United States. I'm sure the similar situation is worldwide. That could be an interesting debate, but that would probably require much more time. But some good news is that next to their bed, they're reading these two books, in particular, Master and Margarita by Bulgakov. Now, few of the speakers related to the deeper roots of the current discussion and current society. The more we use social media, the more we use artificial intelligence, the more we are revealing those deeper roots of our society. And the paradox of digital era was that it promised easy, evidence-based, simple, engaging communication, but the more Twitter, AI has been developing, the more we were getting to the deeper roots. Therefore, whenever I have a chance to discuss with IT people and digital people a solution for the future of humanity, I often go to the roots. For example, at Tsinghua University in China, I brought Shan Yang, Confucius, Lao Tzu, as thinkers who basically could provide us some useful advices and solutions for our time. And that discussion is often centered around the question of the drafting of the new social contract, which should consult the whole historical threads, written and in particular, oral cultures, African culture, which are not yet related to particular thinker. And what we are currently doing, we are basically drafting the new social contract. It won't be the social contract signed on dotted lines, but it will be our understanding what we expect from technology, what we expect from artificial intelligence, and how we can engage across the cultural differences and make technology again, as it was 20 years ago, force for good. That's probably the major discussion that our societies are having. And in that discussion, we have to dive deeper. We have to dive deeper to the Chinese, Indian, African cultural traditions. We have also to discuss what 5 Viennese did for the modern era: von Mises, Schumpeter, Hayek, Freud, and Wittgenstein. If you analyze intellectual origins of our era, you can find them between 2 world wars by these 5 Viennese. Therefore, I suggest to the academic institutions and people who would like to understand our time a bit better to consult also their contribution, which I have some problems with, and we have to discuss it in more details. What is happening currently, and I'm referring to this because I'm involved with the Vatican Commission on the question of digital future, is the religious community are also revisiting digital developments, understanding, question of empathy, question of compromise. This is happening as we are discussing, and I can tell you the deepest discussion on ethics which I've ever attended was discussion which I attended in Vatican. Obviously, these people are discussing ethics for 20 centuries. In this discussion, there is really a fundamental issue around the question of progress and enlightenment. Can we continue the narrative of progress and enlightenment as it was based 3 or 4 centuries ago? All in all, this discussion around the social contract is becoming the crucial discussion, and in a way, canvas and backdrop for all specialized discussion, including what you, Milos, asked me, question of AI and digital and mediation. Without understanding that, without understanding what's going on these deeper cultural and societal forces, we cannot understand also specific use of AI and digital in mediation. Now, I will reflect on a few points from our study from DIPL Foundation on mediation and artificial intelligence. Notes on the future of international conflict resolution. We can share the link to this study, and you will see the main findings. But let me summarize it in a few points. When I deliver lecture, and I did one in Beijing and the Professor Sun University, I do it at Fletcher, at the College of Europe, and different places. I always start with a thinking exercise. If we had a chance to have a perfect robots, let's say representing China and representing United States, would students give these robots a chance to find a compromise? On the ideal, some sort of matching of the interests and positions. All of them across the board refuse that, and it's great news, but it's an interesting thinking exercise. One of the reasons is that artificial intelligence deals with complicated problems, whether it is playing chess, as Big Blue did 20 years ago by winning against Kasparov, or playing the Go. Society is a complex, it's not complicated phenomenon. And this is the first point, and probably one of the most complex exercises is mediation. Therefore, one has to frame that discussion and understanding of AI around these lines. What we can do, what can technology bring to the mediation itself? Here are sort of 3 circles. First, in the center, you have a mediation itself. My understanding, my feeling that there will be limited application of technology, but not necessarily excluded. As we know, breakthrough in the Dayton peace negotiation was done essentially by separating Serbian, Croatian, and Bosnian delegation, having some sort of remote negotiation in the same place, in the Dayton Military Air Force Base, but having them separately. There will be, one should be open for some ideas, but I would say as a default, leave Twitter, leave technology outside. And I both Alastair and Emmanuel and JISHENG and Alex, all of them gave strong arguments for that. Then there is a second circle, which is the question of support for mediation. And here we have an extremely powerful role of technology. Because we shouldn't forget that AI is basically discovering patterns of society, cultural, sociological, and it is a powerful tool of understanding how society thinks. What are the priorities? What is the framing of the language? Probably somebody analyzing transcript from our discussion today will probably identify that deep came as a word, with deep listening. It was mentioned a few times in discussion. I would add deep learning as an AI tool. Therefore, in this second layer, AI can help. And third layer is the social context. This is the broadest, but this is question related mainly to the use of social media. Therefore, our framing of use of AI and digital in constructive way should be built around these three elements. Now, let me just conclude with a few reflections, practical reflections that may help our discussion. One is on the communication between different professional cultures. As Alex said in his introduction, I'm sure that Chinese and US diplomats can easily communicate professionally, much easier than the Chinese diplomat and Chinese IT specialist or US diplomat and US Chinese specialist. Therefore, that has to be kept in mind, and it is influencing more and more negotiation. Here, you can see IT people having their cognitive apparatus by connecting A and B by straight line. And diplomats, and I would say even more mediators, need to have much more complex line connecting 2 points. Now, without further elaboration of this really exciting topic, which is philosophical, cultural, historical, and practical, let me conclude with my favorite drawing of the wandering birds. Wandering birds are basically wondering why this is very strange to live in this wireless world. We have to be open for unknown. We have to be open to learn. And I think Professor Sun indicated that from the Chinese history and culture. And that's something which we as academics have to be very careful when we are trying to write big theories and develop great constructs. Therefore, some sort of immunity about great constructs. We're speaking about immunities and vaccine. Therefore, we should develop the vaccine. Academia has its own way to write the book, to publish or perish, to make a big theories, which looks nice. And we know many theories in international relations, but reality is very, very often very different. And we should remind ourselves always to remain wandering or wandering birds, as this image shows. Milos, over to you, I'm back.
Thank you very much, Jovan, for the presentation. You just reminded me, within UNESCO, there is a working group looking at the future with the artificial intelligence. And it was a very interesting part of this discussion in Paris, where they were talking about artificial intelligence, which will be equal or superior to human intelligence, which is probably 50 years, maybe in 50 years, maybe never. But they were discussing this from an ethical and philosophical point of view. And the big argument, which I think is primarily cultural, is what to do with a computer with such a superior intelligence if that computer starts doing wrong things. Yeah. And from the Western participants, based on their culture, the answer was very simple. You just pulled out the plug from the electricity and finished with this. For other cultures, Eastern cultures, it was an ethical question whether we can do and whether we should do that. Because the relationship already exists. It's not just a relationship between the humans. But that just is a small illustration to support your argument that culture is present even in these discussions about technological and artificial intelligence implementation. And thank you for telling that there is still a hope, but taking a very realistic, critical view of the current situation. And also for highlighting the need for a new social contract, which we can extend in the international affairs, also a new kind of order, international order, because we at the moment live in between, in my view. And also emphasizing the importance of discussion of empathy, ethics, compromise, these key issues when we are thinking about digital era and application of different technologies. I think we should not lose sight from these issues. And I know that your focus is on that in all your work. And thank you for this. Please share the link which you offer, shared with us in the chat when you have time. And before I go to the questions from the audience, I would like to thank all the panelists and first give them a floor to make a comment on any other presentation or any additional comment they would like to make at this stage. Anyone, floor is yours.
Milos, since I'm unmuted, let me kick off. We're starting this year, we will have monthly discussion on history of technology and diplomacy, starting with January, moving to the ancient era in February. And one of the ideas is to see how technology and compromise, negotiation, understanding other cultures have evolved since our far predecessors realized that it was better to hear the messenger than to eat him or her, whatever messenger was. And that is an interesting discussion. I would like to invite all of you, especially colleagues from Africa, from China, from India, to contribute to this understanding that diplomacy and negotiation and compromise existed even before Nicholson wrote his book about Introduction to Diplomacy 100 years ago. And I think this is enormously important, I would say not only role, but our responsibility to bring the wealth of the common heritage of humanity in the context of understanding negotiation, other culture and compromise. I will share with you through Milos, through the Conflux, link to the first events, and there will be monthly coverage of the issues starting from the prehistory, via the ancient history, Greek, Roman culture, medieval, to our time and artificial intelligence in December this year.
Thank you, Jovan. Alistair, please.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the point I was making and in the reference to digital world and digital technology in it, that actually this emphasis on the rationality not only makes it much more difficult to hear, but also is a problem because the West has severed its links to its own cultural roots and really therefore doesn't understand or see culture as such. It's not a living, if you like, factor in Western society. We've gone, if you like, past it in many ways. We've severed our links to our roots. And what I was trying to say is, for many people, it's a question about consciousness, not just rationality at one level, it's about a level of consciousness. And the point that the Iranians were always making, and when they decided to go ahead with the negotiations with President Lula on the nuclear issue, for example, there was no argument. It was the question that they believed that unless you reached a certain evolution of consciousness, you couldn't understand, you couldn't hear certain things. So they believed that at one level, if you like, at an everyday consciousness, the consciousness of technology, of digital world, you can understand certain basic, simple factors. But if you want to understand the meaning, the deeper meaning in another's culture, you have to move to a different level of consciousness. In other words, there's levels of understanding that match levels of consciousness. It's not just simply at the bottom plane of digital communication. It is about something much more important. It's about the ability to intuit, to hear. And one of the things that is important, I think, in this deep listening was you don't listen to arguments. In fact, you have to listen to the things that are only half said, that are just sort of a few words produced. And you say, why does he say that? And you have to understand what someone is saying. And you may not be able to understand it in a rational, logical, power balanced way, but it gives you an understanding of what is behind. So the deep listening is, because it's about two elements that are alive, two cultures that are alive, if you like, two human beings that are alive. You're not just looking at it as such, but you're looking what's behind it. You're looking around it. And to understand where they are and what the position is, you have to be able to look behind, look at the essence that is lurking somewhere in, if you like, the background, that it's very difficult to get hold of, which they're not going to say outright. And no one is going to say this about their culture. But behind it, there is an essence that you have to try and get to at the same time. Milos.
Thank you very much. And, Jovan made a comment in the chat while you were talking, or even power of unsaid. Power of unsaid matters a lot. And I would add to this also non-verbal communication. All this is part of communication, and all this is part of what you were saying, Alastair. And just going back to what you said about the Western losing their link with their own culture to some extent, and what Jovan was saying about enlightenment. Henry Kissinger, who is super realist of international affairs, he wrote an article about technological impact on the current international affairs. And the title of the article is End of Enlightenment. So these are all key issues, I would say, especially for the Western world. And I agree with what you said, Alastair. Professor Sun, please.
First, I would like to thank all the other panelists. I really learned a lot. What they have said are really very thought-provoking. It made me think about two questions. We mentioned technology and digital world. Actually, we can see the world has been changing very fast. But on the other hand, we also face another dilemma. It seems we do not have less conflicts or disputes or even wars, and also other global issues. So that's to say the world has not advanced with the development of modern technology. This is one. So I'm not a professional mediator. I just have one question. Do we also need to change some of our ideas about conflict mediation? It seems the world is changing, but quite often we are not following the change of the times. And the other point is related with what our other panelists have mentioned just now. Consciousness, education, learning, and communication. It seems it's more important than in the past. So these are the 2 points I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. Yeah. And concerning the mediation in practice, as Jovan said, the application of the technology is to, at the moment, and is to provide a technical support for mediation efforts. But I think all the issues which were said today during this panel by all the panelists, I personally think that technology cannot contribute in a substantive way. But I fully agree with you that we have to look at this change in international affairs and also in the relationships. And again, a relationship is should be the primary focus when we are talking about cross-culture conflicts. Thank you. If there are no further comments, I would just take a few questions from the audience. One, I think both for Alastair and Emmanuel. Is there any substantial difference between mediation and conciliation, or reconciliation probably? How do mediation and conciliation play different roles in cross-cultural conflict? From Nikki, thank you. Maybe Emmanuel, you can start.
Yeah, I think this is a great question. Mediation basically is the space around which we want to put together all the elements from the parties that makes it reasonable to now reconstruct or start a new journey towards what we call peace. And that is implementation incrementally through good evaluation, monitoring, and what needs to be done takes place for that peace to be held. But as we embark on that, my understanding of conciliation then is, how do we deliberately build back what has been separated as a result of the conflict into what is desirable in terms of the tangible coexistence? For example, that one community had to separate by moving away as a result of the conflict. So it's no longer just that community that wants to come back, but the community that moved them out plays a role in helping them to come back to where they were originally settled. All those will be the aspects of conciliation in terms of its practicality. And in different settings now, we hear more and more the term of social cohesion. So social cohesion meaning that you have something that you already have as peace, but you now want to build upon that and make society come together as a whole. And in that framework, it's a journey. And I like to see it as the metaphor in which, because of the conflict, you were working together and you separated. But conciliation now wants you to come together and continue your journey of working together. A lot, therefore, has to go in to make that possible and to reinvent and to make it possible for people to rediscover themselves in the type of human relationships that they were before the conflict divided them. This would be a way of looking at that question.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Alastair, would you like to add something to this?
If I may, yes. I'd first like to just to say something to Professor Sun on her comment, was that I do think, yes, mediation needs to be rethought substantially, because we're moving out of the sort of global liberal, neoliberal world and moving much more towards, if you like, civilizational states rather than nation states. And if we move towards civilizational states, then the old paradigms of power balances and is simply sort of cutting to the crux and dividing power between people and in terms of monetary consequences, I think is going to change too. So I think we do need to look at it. I think on the other question about mediation, I feel these things often get too muddled in a way. Mediation, does it produce conciliation? Often it doesn't. And we ought to be a lot more modest about the possibilities of mediation leading to an outcome. I was engaged in 4, if you like, hostage cases. Only 2 of them were successful. In the other 2, the hostages were killed. In Northern Ireland, I started perhaps long ago, more than 20 years ago, the first, if you like, initiatives. They were taken on by others, and I left it at that point. But now 20 years on, has there been conciliation? I think that's an open question. I really don't know that the problems between the two communities in Ireland are really, there's no fighting at the moment, but is there conciliation? I don't really think so. So I think we ought to be a lot more careful in making the distinction and a lot more modest that just because there's mediation in process, that it is going to lead to conciliation. Quite often, it won't lead to conciliation. And it may be long-term, 20 years or 2 decades before you'll see the outcome of that, if you like, mediation.
Alistair, I remember you saying once in an interview that reconciliation is not a judicial matter, it is a psychological matter. It cannot be addressed through a peace agreement or on a piece of paper. And I subscribe to this very much so.
I think that this, in some of the negotiations, the most important thing was to be a series of statements from both the parties, of one saying something that they recognize the injustice that another party has been through. They recognize the trauma of their situation, and then that being met by another statement. There is a process in conciliation which is about the need for things to be said publicly and psychologically to break, if you like, the bubble of trauma that people have been in. Even if that doesn't result in action, that psychological ability for one side to say to another, I recognize that what has been done to you has been injustice and that you have suffered pain from it. And we often neglect that in our way of looking at mediation now. And we don't attend to the need of people psychologically to hear someone say that they have suffered an injustice.
There is also, I would say, abuse of this terminology, and we can find in the COINS, counterintelligence operation procedures of both the US and the Russian army, they use reconciliation. But when you read this, it's actually what they mean is surrender within the certain context. So it is also this word, the reconciliation has been used and meaning is different in different cultures, military culture than political or mediators culture. Question for you, Professor Sun, from Tadeo Arturo Cejudo Mejorada. I hope I pronounced well. Professor JIJUN, to what extent intercultural dialogue can be an efficient tool for conflict prevention and resolution? Please, just unmute yourself, please.
I think this is a very big and difficult question. For my understanding, there are two aspects. On the one hand, when we think about the conflicts or the disputes or even other more serious situations, we first need to look at the root causes. Is it economic, truly economic, or is it social, or is it related with cultural? So that's to say, when we make the judgment about the causes, we do need to take culture as one important factor to consider. So is this the main reason? And then the other thing is, during the process, for my understanding, during the process when we try to approach the solution or the negotiation or a conversation, so on and so forth, we also need to put on other people's shoes and try. And in this way, probably we can better understand the position or even the history or memory or experiences or even emotion of the counterpart. So I think in this way, probably our solution or our position will be more rational or will be more comprehensive instead of just being on just one side. And then the third point, probably when we think about the result of the mediation, we say whether our solutions are the best ones. We also need to probably think about the cultural aspect. So is it the best one, or is this the most suitable one? So I think through this whole process, when we take culture into consideration, probably the measures will be more rational or more comprehensive. As for whether culture can be a complete, effective tool or instrument, I think it just depends. It depends on what kind of problems we are facing, or what kind of problems we need to solve. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this. One question, what you mentioned, which bothers me personally, is putting yourself in others' shoes. And when you look at some organizations like Islamic State, Daesh, and they're doing horrific things, but they think they're right, and they find a justification for this. And somehow you have to get to the bottom of this, to their feelings and beliefs, in order to understand, to deal with this issue. Thank you very much for this. A question for you, Jovan, from Yimin Zhu. Social media has been used as a weapon to twist truth or provoke populism. Does it mean that that the world will be in chaos in the near future? Can media or culture prevent this scenario? Thank you.
Yes, as I indicated when I said that it's not a time for being particularly excited about digital communication as we are following developments worldwide. There is inbuilt problem is that especially with Twitter communication, complex issues are basically put in very digital or binary way, yes or no. There is my opinion and wrong opinion, as somebody said. And that's basically in the way how this communication is constructed. In addition, tech companies are basically pushing for the simplified messages for polarization because it brings more engagement from people. Therefore, social media is not compromise friendly. It's not empathy friendly. It is not something that from where we can expect solution for a better, more harmonious, more inclusive, and more fair society. Therefore, public institutions have to react somehow, hopefully on the global level through this digital social contract, but also through education. There are some immediate terms, and I think the owner of Twitter summarized it nicely. He said, we can discuss it, that he had to ban Trump from Twitter because of the immediacy of the issues, but then he really regretted the decision, and he said it was very, very dangerous. And they're realizing that they are having enormous power, and they don't know what to do with this power. We're speaking about 25, 35-old people who essentially got enormous financial and now social power and political power. And they can be burned by this power. And they're realizing that there is a danger. Therefore, there is a need for informed public discussion, hopefully on the global, but also national level, and to first contain social media somehow, and second, to develop through education, through slower method, more of those elements that we discussed today. Listening, empathy, engagement, understanding other, going together, And that's unfortunately today is in deficit in social media, but those are actions, immediate reaction when there is a real risk for public safety, bit midterm through policy, through new regulation, and the long term through education and creating, again, rebuilding culture of understanding and engagement and ultimately compromise.
Thank you. Emmanuel, we have a question from Jonathan. I guess he's in Mopti in Mali. Good to have you in the audience, Jonathan. This is following up on the question of deep listening. He wanted to ask how you manage, Emmanuel, to keep some distance while understanding the feeling, emotions, fears, wishes of those negotiating. Keeping the example of Emmanuel and General Siddiqui in the Central African Republic. Jonathan was also involved in some local mediation efforts, very successful. But he said those around the table had a lot of blood on their hands, which should not prevent the mediator to deep listen to them. Last week, I have learned that 2 of armed group representatives who were key in brokering a local agreement, which Jonathan mediated, were executed in the framework of the ongoing resumption of violence in the Central African Republic. Since then, I continue to feel profound sadness and tragic remorse. Emmanuel. Actually, he summarized his question. I was therefore wondering how, as mediators, do you protect yourself from these emotions?
Yeah, it is a very, it's part of the complexity that we are dealing with. Because basically, what deep listening is doing is that even from the perspective of the mediator, you are soaking in all the toxic conversation that includes the horrific and atrocious behavior of some of these actors in the example that are related with in CAR. And the first challenge is, how do we understand that we must listen to them if we want to stop the atrocities, and that they are a party to the conflict, whether we like it or not, and that they must have a voice. And in many situations, there's no patience for that. And that impacts on the way mediation has happened. And CAR, again, is a very good example, because there was, if you call it a directive to end this. I would recall a senior UN diplomat who confided in me that he appreciates the tolerance of mediators, but as far as he's concerned, he does not want to work with us because he does not think you can deal with these armed groups through mediation processes. And there has been a lot of conversation about that. But I think it is something that must be probably not general, but from one situation to the other. How do we understand what is happening and try to leverage the conversation to bring out the full benefit of what we want to achieve, which is a settlement, which is peace, even when we know that it's very difficult to deal with the type of horrific actors who are represented as armed groups. Then related to that is how we deal with our own emotions. How do we disconnect? And I remember in Belgrade, we've had lots of conversations about why the mediator needs to work in teams. And I think Jovan has helped us with that, what I would call your sketch, in which there is the inner, where you have the mediators, and then you have the outer layer, where you have the mediation support. Now, that support should not only be technical to the expertise that is required, but I think it should also be emotional, and it should also be something that lets out the flow of what we have acquired. And without giving concrete examples, I would leave you with one life experience that I had. In 2015, 8 of us were invited by our professor in this field. And I must say that I went to Colorado to sit for a 2-day retreat without knowing exactly what I was going into. But there was no agenda, there was no format. We sat in a circle and we started to share our experiences and our challenges. Then we realized that all of us were so fragile because we're going through deep emotional issues we had collected from the field of conflict, and we did not have a means of sharing that, and it was affecting us. So we all broke down, crying and trying to be human again. And after 2 days, we felt a sense of healing. We felt a sense of being who we are. And we then tried to develop support systems. How do we maintain our own network to build that type of support that emotionally can help us to be resilient to these challenges that we encounter? And I'm happy that Jonathan has joined us, and we need to enlarge our circle and to know that when you do work and you begin to hear that some of the people that you worked with were killed, and you know that there was a very good outcome of that, it can be very devastating on the person who was involved as a mediator. We must have our own networks of support to help one another as human beings, recognizing that we are fragile and we need one another to recover and to be healthy.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I think we have time maybe for 2 more questions. There are a number of questions, if you can see both in chat and in the Q&A. But after these 2 questions, I will give floor to all the panelists to address any of the questions they can see or to make any point at the end of this session. So maybe Emmanuel, since we have you, already unmuted, there's a question for our friend Ambassador KISHAN RANA. What is the secret of West Africa's unique contemporary tradition of tackling disputes and conflict through regional efforts? Why do we not see this in other parts of the world? Please, let's try to be concise. We have like 7 minutes left.
Okay. I will try to be concise by saying, let me start modestly by saying that the progress we made, we are beginning to see a reversal. And your question basically reminds me that we must put in every effort to get back to where we were before the past 2 years. But we learned from our experiences of the worst of the civil wars in the region, Liberia, Sierra Leone, later on La Côte d'Ivoire, and quite a number of countries who almost imploded. And through those experiences, we understood that it was very important to build regional collective approaches and not individual state approaches. And that those regional collective approaches were binding on treaties and protocols. And those protocols became a convergence criteria that everybody must respect. And that has helped a lot. But in the past 2 years, one of the protocols we've not succeeded in negotiating is to ensure that every country has a term limit of not more than 2 terms for a sitting president. And that has been broken in Côte d'Ivoire, in Guinea, and in Togo. And we are now struggling to go back to impose that term limit. Otherwise, we are going to have sit-tight presidents, autocratic rule could come back, and the civil wars could come back. And that is why it's an imperative for all actors to understand that we cannot go back to the past and that we must be accountable to ourselves with these limits. That makes it possible for us to move affairs ahead. And that will make the difference with the East Africa region, where you have a 76-year President Museveni, who has insisted again and won an election, and it's simply not good. It's simply not good for the modern democratic state of Africa.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Question for Professor Sun from Jelena Juric. in your presentation, the emphasis was on the harmonization of cultures. Although due to globalization, cultures are getting closer to each other. Chinese culture itself is made up of many different cultures. The premise is that the individual should follow the collective as if individual differences are not important. Such an attitude causes discomfort because it is in this area that it's crucial how differences are reconciled. When diversity is viewed from an individual point of view, which is the interest of every human being, the starting point should be the harmonization of individual and even group differences within the culture in which individuals live. This is especially important in a global environment in which cultures intertwine despite antagonistic policies. It's not actually a question, but I wanted to give you a chance to comment on this, Professor Sun, and also Alastair, please.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is also a very interesting question because it deals with the relations between individualism and collectivism. Although I said Chinese culture emphasizes collectivism, it does not mean individuals are not important. So what we emphasize is usually people think more about the group he is in, for instance, family, community, or country, so on and so forth. When you have the conflicts, and quite often people will think about the group, think about the collective first. For instance, now we are fighting against COVID-19, and for Chinese people, it's very natural. And then, you know, you try to stay home, for instance, and then you think about your behavior will also influence the whole group. So I think that's what we mean by emphasizing collectivism. It does not mean individuals are not important. It's a kind of, you know, individualism and collectivism is a kind of, you know, mutual strengthening, pair. And then for the whole world, for the world today, I think we are facing a lot of problems. What we do need to do is we need to find something we share, not always emphasize the individual part. We need to figure out the shared interest, shared future. When we make decisions or when we make choices, we not only need to think about our own individual things, but we also need to think about the shared things or the common things. Otherwise, there's no way for the future for human beings. Yeah.
Thank you very much for this. You can find the same traits in other cultures, so-called collectivist cultures. For example, in Africa, this moral responsibility towards group. And again, you know, invoking Ubuntu, I am because we are. Responsibility towards group. It comes ahead of individual. That's one of the huge cultural difference between individualist and collectivist cultures. Alastair, would you like to say something?
Yes, I think this the question derives directly not from something that is more universal, but from an outcome of Western culture, and this was the victory of Protestantism over Catholicism from the Treaty of Westphalia and onwards. Because if you recall, the roots of Western culture were indeed about the welfare of the community as a whole. I don't like the word collectivism. It sort of tries to imply a sort of totalitarianism, sort of hidden inside of that term. But in fact, I mean, what Professor Sun says is very important, because really, in the West as a whole, we have, as a consequence, lost the ability to consider the welfare of the community as a whole in our neoliberal individualism. We don't have a means to measure this, to try and take that properly into account. And that sort of sense of the welfare of the community, I'm not talking just about money, I'm talking about psychologically, about its development, about its well-being, in its sense of, if you like, sense of evolution as a community is most important. Certainly it's very important in Islam and most other cultures. only in the West do we give it the sort of rather pejorative language to try and suggest it isn't, but supporting the welfare of a community as a whole, the weaker members as well as the more powerful and the richer members, has been a European culture for a long period. It's only very recently that we've moved over to this very individualistic approach to it.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I would like to thank Professor Soon, Dr. Kurbalija, Alastair, Emmanuel for devoting time for this discussion, for making a very important contribution to this discussion. I think we just opened a huge topic, and I'm really looking forward to continuing this discussion with you and with the others in the near future. And we as Conflux Center, in jointly with the China Foreign Affairs University and the University of Arts in Belgrade, will definitely try to continue this process and to continue discussions on this topic. Thank you very much for your participation, and I wish you all the best. And we will make a 10 minutes break, and we'll continue with the next panel. Thank you very much, and thank you, audience, for being very active. Many questions. Unfortunately, we couldn't answer all of them. We'll try to do that in writing after the conference. Thank you very much. So 10 minutes break, and then we'll continue with the next panel. Thank you.
We will be beginning with the second panel in 2 minutes.
Tanya, shall we start?
Yes, you can, the floor is yours, Professor Ran.
Okay, great, thanks. Hello, everyone. I wonder if it's appropriate for me to greet everyone by saying good afternoon, since here in Beijing, it's almost 8 p.m. I'm JIJUN Ran, professor and the dean of the Department of English and International Studies of China Foreign Affairs University. So firstly, I should say, as Professor Sun has already mentioned in her opening remark, that it's a great opportunity for China Foreign Affairs University to be, among the co-sponsors of this great event. Secondly, I would say thanks to the keynote speaker, Alex, and the first panel, including Professor Sun, EMMANUEL, ALASTAIR, and JOVAN. Thank you for your very enlightening speeches, which actually has deepened my understanding of culture. And also, moderator, Ambassador MILOS for his very insightful comment, which actually has broadened our understanding of some of the shining points of the speeches of the first panel. It's a great honor for me to serve as the moderator for a very high caliber panel composed of veteran diplomats and scholars for the second panel, which is themed translating quotation, cultural differences beyond homogenization, implications for conflict prevention. It is said that diversity is a virtue. So I want to introduce a little bit change of the format we're going to take for the second panel. Ambassador MILOS actually has tailor-made questions for the panelists of the first panel, which actually produce a lot of very insightful observations about different dimensions of the first theme. But I am a little bit ambitious, so I just want to multiply the number of questions by 3, which means that I will just use 3 common questions to all the 4 panelists. It should be said that actually it's one of the most challenging tasks to define culture. That's very, I think it's a very, very complicated terminology, even if the first panel actually has offered a lot of explanations of the different dimensions of its connotation or denotation of this terminology. It's still quite difficult, but at least we can see that I think there's a certain degree of consensus regarding what this terminology actually encompasses. So for me, basically, I would just proceed from this very understanding of culture by I would just raise 3 common questions for the 4 panelists. So my first question is, given the importance of culture in international communications, can all the panelists identify the major elements of culture that contribute to conflict based on your extensive experience in the diplomatic profession? This is the first question. And the second question is, what are the main paradigms in dealing with cultural differences in conflict prevention? So here, the main paradigms might include homogenization or westernization. So when you are dealing with this particular question, please draw upon your personal experience to talk about both the pros and the cons of the different paradigms. And third question is it possible to translate or to transcend these paradigms in the future? And if yes, what are your proposals? Okay, now I will just briefly introduce the first speaker for the second panel, Ambassador MILOS STRUGAR. Ambassador MILOS STRUGAR is the UN Senior Mediation Advisor, Executive Director of Conflict Center for Intercultural Dialogue and Mediation. He has spent over 20 years with the United Nations in various peacekeeping and political missions in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. He was directly engaged in comprehensive peace and reconciliation talks in South Africa and in Tajikistan, and played a critical role in mediating cessation of hostilities between the Israeli army and Hezbollah. He has considerable experience with ceasefire and the cessation of hostility issues, including facilitating discreet dialogue with non-state armed groups. He's currently engaged on the Syrian ceasefire agreement and heads the UN expert delegation at the Astana talks on the conflict in Syria. He is a visiting researcher at the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He was a diplomat of Yugoslavia. Now the floor is for you, Ambassador STRUGAR. Welcome.
Thank you very much for this generous introduction, Professor Ran. And I have spoken already too much this morning, so I will make my presentation as brief as possible, although the questions you put to us are very comprehensive and complex. But before starting, I just want to mention that China Foreign Affairs University, University of Arts in Belgrade, and Conflict Center are organizing also a virtual training course, which will start on Tuesday, immediately after the conference, on this topic. And actually, the course is about resolution of cross-cultural conflict through negotiation, facilitation, and mediation. And I believe that the discussion at this panel will be an excellent introduction to those who will attend this virtual training course, and the registration is still open until the beginning of the course. I would say first that every conflict is a combination of objective factors such as power, interests, resources, needs, and subjective factors, understanding of the conflict, perceptions, judgments, which are framed by culture. And during a conflict, both of these aspects are in competition. I would say vertical competition between objective factors, and the horizontal competition between objective factors, and the vertical competition between the subjective factors, which are defined by culture. The conflict resolution, the goal of conflict resolution is to move from this competition to cooperation. And when it comes to the objective factors, power, resources, interests, needs, these are all issues which are negotiable, through bargaining. And we can strive for a win-win solution. But when it comes to the subjective factors, that requires, in my view, completely different approach and different expertise, because that is a different aspect which cannot be addressed in the same way. And we heard some of the speakers in the previous panel actually raising serious questions whether this is possible or whether we should lower our ambitions when it comes to this conflict. And I will give one example of the current US-Iran relationship or conflict. On the one hand, the outgoing US administration applied maximum pressure on Iran, comprehensive economic, financial, political sanctions. The US withdrew from the international agreement on the Iranian nuclear program, assassinated high-ranking state official. But the declared goal of the US administration was to bring Iran to the negotiating table, to renegotiate the agreement which was signed in 2015. Their logic was that through applying maximum power, they will force Iranians to think in a rational way, in the cost-benefit kind of matrix. On the Iranian side, these issues touch upon some of the core values, like self-esteem, pride, sense of justice, and produce completely opposite effect. So in my view, this is one example of a major intercultural misunderstanding, which prevents, even sitting down and talking. So that also shows how important the culture is in every conflict. So it relates to the deeply rooted symbolic dimension of life, culture. And when we are talking about conflict resolution, we have to understand cultural symbols as the same idea can mean completely opposite things in different cultures. Professor Soon already spoke that how culture shapes and influences our understanding of the conflict. Sometimes I've seen when one party believe that they're in conflict, but the other party, because of their culture, didn't see the conflict. So even the existence of the conflict is the cultural thing. And then our perceptions, our identity, meaning making. This is defined and influenced by our culture, judgment, relationship. And also in this context, our culture determines what is important and our list of priorities, what we should address as a priority in a given context. When the other party does not meet these norms and expectations defined by our culture, very often we interpret this as bad faith, lack of goodwill, or even hostile action, and could lead to serious escalation. The common sense which we apply is also a cultural thing. And our common sense is not shared necessarily with or same as common sense of other party in the negotiations. So when we are in such a situation, the conclusion is there are cultural differences. This is the only conclusion we can draw from this kind of a situation, as a party to negotiations or as a facilitator or mediator. So how to address these cultural differences? Some argue that we should ignore cultural differences because everything boils down to the interests and the needs and the power. Very, those who argue a very realistic or super realistic approach to the conflict. Some argue that cultural differences need to be eliminated in order to reach solution. Eliminated by one party adopting the cultural values of the other, coming to a joint set of values, or simply by eliminating the other side. The third line of thinking is that we don't need to eliminate cultural differences. Our objective should be to look at the complementarity and to try to find a common ground in which we can search for a solution. Main barriers in this process are very powerful identities, especially if they're based on national and ethnic grounds, stereotypes, prejudices, those are main barriers, tribalism in general. Those are main barriers in this situation when you have profound cultural differences in a conflict situation. Alastair spoke about this in the previous panel, whether our objective should be to look for a solution. And I agree with his point of view. I think in this situation, the focus primarily should be on building a relationship and understanding. And through deep listening, through getting rid of our own culture, stereotypes, and because the third party, mediator or facilitator in the process of looking for a conflict resolution also comes from a certain culture. And also his or her involvement is defined, shaped by their own culture. So how to come to the most important point in the search for conflict resolution? And this is how to make sure that the parties understand and interpret messages the same way. And also somebody was talking, I think it was Alastair giving example of the Irish peace talks. The need to have, to share their understanding about the vision of history and about vision of a future. And they will be very different, but will contribute to the understanding, which I think is the main objective in this situation. I'm reading now a book by Tamim Ansari, Afghani Shia scholar in the US. It's called Destiny Disrupted. This is an Islamic view of the history of the world. When you compare this to the Western or other views of the history of the world, common history, we see huge differences. So understanding that point of view of what Professor Sun was emphasizing, putting yourself in the shoes of the other, this is probably the maximum, or this is possible, as Alastair said. So I mentioned, when you understand and absorb this difference, I think, and also if you have ability to show respect for the sovereignty and self-determination right to self-determination of the other party, I think you can be in a position to look for a common ground in the process of conflict resolution. And I just want to finish with my experience from South Africa. We mentioned, both Emmanuel and I, Ubuntu philosophy. And this was the ground. When I went to South Africa 1 year before the elections, as the head of the UN team in Orange Free State, one of the states of South Africa, maybe the most difficult, with a very radical white Afrikaner community. There was already a peace structure. There was a state peace committee. And I had a seat at the table. You know, all the political parties from Black and white communities were represented there. What I expected that the discussions in this state peace committee will be extremely difficult, and that there will be a very small space maybe to move towards common ground, to move towards common goal. Even after horrific experiences and history of apartheid, I expected that ability of the Black and white community in South Africa to find a even common language, you know, is impossible. And of course, within this committee, there was a lot of tension, a lot of arguments, heated discussions. But what I noticed, to my surprise, that there was a clear sense with everyone around the table that what should be the objective, common objective of this process. And later on, I understood that this is based on Ubuntu, African Ubuntu philosophy, a strong moral responsibility towards community, which is, you know, priority over individual concerns. And I had a meeting with Nelson Mandela when he was doing election campaign just before this huge, massive election rally. And during this meeting, he was not trying to convince me in the rightness of the cause of the ANC party. He was basically explaining to me why the future of South Africa must be based on forgiveness, but not forgetting. And this was the secret of success of this process. So there was no spirit. The nation moved beyond the spirit of revenge and majorities. The narrative shifted towards the importance of empathy, forgiveness, and sharing. There was a conscious effort to resolve common problems. And that was the ground for the Truth and the Reconciliation Commission, which was established subsequently after the elections, and helped to heal some of the deep wounds in the South African society. Thank you very much. Back to you, Professor Ran.
Thank you, Ambassador Struggar, for your very enlightening speech. I think I appreciate your mentioning that at the very beginning, there is a kind of framework analyzing the factors of conflict, which can be boiled down to objective factors and the subjective factors. I think this analytical framework is very, very useful for us to make a very informed understanding of the conflict. And also, you mentioned that even the same symbol might carry different, meanings for different cultures. So sometimes, if you do not really understand, the meaning of those symbols, that will cause some cultural misunderstanding. And lastly, you talk about basically different approaches in dealing with or addressing the cultural differences. The first one is to ignore. The second one is to eliminate one party's culture by adopting the dominant culture. And thirdly, the third approach is to look at the commonalities, to try to see common ground. And also you draw upon your experience in South Africa. And I think the remark by Nelson Mandela to forgive, not to forget, actually is kind of a great point, which actually corresponds to the Chinese philosophy of setting aside the differences while seeking common ground. So if we proceed from such kind of philosophy, there will be ample opportunities to kind of resolve the conflict. Thank you for your enlightening speech. And the same three questions will be posed to the second speaker for our panel, Dr. BASEM SHABB. Dr. BASEM SHABB is a diplomat advisor for the Lebanese Prime Minister Saad Hariri. He was a member of the Parliament of Lebanon from 2005 to 2018 and served on defense and economic committees. He's also a member of the EU Lebanese committees on counterterrorism policy and small arms and allied weapons, and a member of the Lebanese US Parliamentary Caucus and Interparliamentary Union delegation. In addition, Dr. SHABB is American board certified cardiothoracic surgeon on faculty with the American University of Beirut, 1991 to 2000, and a founding member of the Euro-Asian Bridge Cardiac Society and a founding member of the Lebanese Society of Biosafety, Biosecurity, and Bioethics. Welcome, Dr. SHABB. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Basem, you have to unmute yourself. Sorry.
Thank you, Professor Rana. It's a privilege, it's an honor to be with esteemed friends, guests, and scholars. Indeed, this is a very interesting topic. There was a recent article by Walter Russell Mead about essentially the death of the Wilsonian era from 1919 till now, which is essentially the end of the liberal world order. And others have also predicted the death of the West. Oswald Spengler in 1919 wrote a book, Decline of the West. Pat Buchanan has written a book, Death of the West, in 2002. And so something is happening, definitely. One thing for sure, Western culture is no longer a universal culture, and Western values are not universal values. The other thing is that cultures are like separate organisms. They do interact, but they don't really mix very much, and they remain separate entities. Indeed, cultures have their primary symbols, important primary symbols that have endured. And it is fair to say that each culture has a religion. Each culture has a religion. And one of the problems, I think, of the end stage of Western civilization, this secular phase, is to eliminate this prime symbol of cultures, which is religion. One can think of how the Greek Orthodox Church came back with the end of communism. One can think of how the Shia revival in Iran that Professor MILOS alluded to. How can you explain the history of Iran unless you engage in this revival, the Shia revival that Vali Nasr has spoken about? So culture is a complex living organism, and Western culture is aging, and it is no longer universal. And that may cause problems, and it has, and it may cause, it may be provide opportunities. And when you engage in political and military affairs with no cultural sensitivities, you end up with disasters. And the example that comes to mind is Iraq. You go in, you want to do nation building, and it fails. Why? Because the cultural context was not taken into consideration. And I think maybe the war in Iraq may in retrospect, may be a turning point. But anyhow, what we can see in interaction between cultures, to see what doesn't work. What doesn't work, I think, is what Alastair referred to, this undue emphasis on rationality and reason. Especially in non-Western cultures, the reason is not good enough to convince people. And in fact, belief cannot be willed. I have yet to see somebody who has changed his religion or belief after a Socratic type interaction. And so reason is reasonable if it coincides with other factors, such as identity, religion, conviction. But on its own, reason is probably overstated. And in fact, reason works in retrospect. You can say why the Soviet Union failed. You can see why the invasion of Iraq failed, but does not offer any predictive value. I cannot see anybody in the 80s who predicted the rise of Islamic fundamentalism like it did. So reason, I think, is one of the pitfalls of this Western neoliberal approach, if you wish. Another one is the idea, also a Western idea, of causality, a Newtonian concept, that something causes something. Something causes something. So you have to look for the root causes. We have extremism on the rise. What are the root causes of this? The fact is, in many cultures, things happen because of an inner necessity, because of a certain drive. And I think one can ask, for example, why is Erdogan expanding like this? What is the reason for Turkey expanding like this? The reason is not economy. The reason is not influence. The reason is it's driven by an inner necessity of Ottoman history, just as Iran is driven by an inner necessity of a Shia revival, which we have seen in Yemen, which we have seen in Lebanon. And so the idea of something causes something also really hampers the discussion. Of course, people say, oh, it was Musaddaq, it was this, it was that. But if you look closely, what happened in Iran was bound to happen, and so this undue emphasis on causality is another problem, I think, with the way things are approached. And another problem, I think, is secular thinking. I just mentioned that religion is a major component and a prime symbol of cultures. And here you have secular thinking. And what comes to mind is France, the issues of integration, of the Islamic community in France, laïcité, whatever. But to consider that religion is a personal issue, a personal conviction, and not a cultural issue is a major misunderstanding. And to say that, well, religion is only what you do at home, that is very, very naive. And I think even when push comes to shove, even President Macron, when he came to Beirut and donated $15 million, the donation was to Catholic schools. So even in France, which claims laïcité, there is still some sense of religion there. I think the secular thinking was also counterproductive. You have the rise of ISIS, you have Islamic extremism, and you have the Obama's administration politely calling violent extremism and not alluding to religion. While in fact, the people who are best able to deal with religious extremism is the clergy or the Muslim sheikhs. These are the ones who really can deal with it. And this idea of religious extremism to be relegated to secular anthropologists and sociologists is really, honestly, very, very naive, in my opinion. Another pitfall is the idea of profit and gain, that avoiding war would give you profit. And I think MILOS alluded to that between progress and dignity, people choose dignity. Between pleasure and freedom, people choose freedom. So the idea, this Western idea of profit and zero-sum gain and whatever, doesn't really apply. It doesn't apply to many of the situations that we face. So what does apply? What is helpful? And I've noticed at medical conferences, there's no dispute over science. There's no dispute over acceleration due to gravity. I think Iranian missile scientists and NASA use the same calculations. There's no dispute over science. And I noticed in medical meetings that doctors from all over the world get together very nicely, and there's no shouting, there's no anger. And when politics is discussed on the side, for example, in a meeting in Washington, D.C., it is very quiet and very constructive. So I think science is a very broad base to bring people together from several cultures where there can be agreement. And whenever politics is discussed on the side, it's usually in a very, very quiet and constructive fashion. And it was easy to bring cardiac surgeons from Turkey and Greece together to form this Euro-Asian bridge. There was no hint of animosity, actually. Another thing that also several have alluded to is non-material rewards, that people want to be appreciated, that their symbols of culture be respected, whether in architecture, art, food, poetry. And so the non-material rewards in non-Western culture are very, very important. Respect, dignity, and these have to be demonstrated to get trust, to have any value. Another point I'd like to mention is location. Like in real estate, they say location, location. I was chatting with a friend in Lebanon who's a Christian, and who is complaining about the Islamization of Lebanon. And then I said, why don't you stay over for dinner? He said, no, I have to catch a flight to Qatar. The man has been a businessman in Qatar for 20 years and is doing well and hasn't complained about the Islamic laws in Qatar. But in Lebanon, he says something different. So I think any dialogue or negotiation, location is important. The location is important to be away from things that produce tension and are reminiscent of issues. All the problems of Lebanon were discussed elsewhere, and I think for good reason. And last but not least, I think what's helpful is invoking personal issues. We were at the Appropriations Committee in Washington, and of course, Lebanon was under pressure with the Hezbollah sanctions. And we were talking to one of the senior staff members, and he was lecturing us how we need to abide by sanctions. Then I said, there's this 6-year-old girl with a brain tumor who is dying, and she is taken to the American University Hospital. She is treated and she is cured, but she is the daughter of a member of parliament who is with Hezbollah. What do? Do we sanction the hospital? Do we sanction the doctors? When it comes to the human being, everything stands still. And that man stood still. He was silent. He couldn't say another word. So I think it helps also to bring it to the personal level, to the human level, not just with broad strokes of legislation. And let me finish by saying that in 2015, everybody felt Lebanon was going to fall apart. ISIS was taking over Syria, Sunni Shia tensions, failed states in Iraq, Syria, and elsewhere, Arab Spring, all over the place. Lebanon did not fall apart. We were not technologically advanced. We didn't have artificial intelligence, but we had inclusivity and we had common sense. And I think that was enough to save Lebanon for the time being. But I must say in the end, that artificial intelligence will give technology but only culture will give wisdom. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. So in your speech, you mentioned that in the first part of your speech, you mentioned that each culture has a religious element, and we have to develop this kind of cultural sensitivity. And in the second part, you actually diagnosed some pitfalls of the current paradigms of conflict resolution, like undue emphasis on reason or rationality, and we pay too much attention to the causality, and also secularism has been overstressed, and also we were influenced by this kind of profit and gain calculation. Building upon this, and also proceeding from your experience as a surgeon in the medical world, you actually proposed that basically we have to kind of highlight the importance of science. So science can just bring people together, and also we have to pay attention to the non-material rewards like the respect or dignity, and also you argue that location is also very important, especially in dealing with this kind of conflict. And also we have to just try to actually just pay attention to the humanism, or actually the human level is also very important. I appreciate your mentioning a lot of very brilliant ideas. Thank you again. And now let's move on to the third speaker of our panel, Ambassador KISHAN RANA. Ambassador KISHAN RANA is a professor emeritus and a senior fellow at the Diplo Foundation. He was awarded a BA and an MA in economics, St. Stephen's College, Delhi. He was in the Indian Foreign Service between the year 1960 to 1995 and worked in China. He was ambassador and high commissioner for Algeria, Czechoslovakia, Kenya, Mauritius, and Germany, and consul general in San Francisco. He served as a joint secretary on the staff of PM Indira Gandhi. Ambassador Rana is an honorary fellow of the Institute of Chinese Studies, Delhi, and a book review editor, China Report, and an archives by fellow, Churchill College, Cambridge, public policy scholar, Woodrow Wilson Center, Washington, D.C., and guest faculty at the Diplomatic Academy, Vienna, and Commonwealth advisor, Namibia Foreign Ministry between 2000 and 2001. He has lectured in about 20 countries to diplomats at the foreign ministries, training institutions, and at ambassador conferences in several countries. He has also authored a number of very popular and also very insightful books, and actually has written about 100 articles for academic journals and newspapers. Okay, now the floor is for you, Ambassador Rana.
Thank you very much, Professor Ran. You are very generous in your introduction and very graceful, if I may say, in handling this particular panel. One advantage of not having a prepared text is that you can then be flexible and you can say what comes to mind at that particular point in time. And in particular, it allows me to respond very directly to the three questions that the moderator of our panel has kindly put. He asked, what are the main factors in conflict? Is homogenization a solution? And how to overcome conflict? Dr. BASEM referred to fundamentalism. And I will take that as a kind of starting point. And to tell you a little bit the story of India, I want to emphasize that it is perhaps not accurate to see this issue as, shall we say, a tension or divergences between the West and the rest. In fact, the rest is also pretty diverse. And there are many different ways in different countries approach towards conflict and efforts to resolve conflict. So let me tell you the India story very briefly. India was partitioned, British India, the colony of India, this one, the subcontinent of India, if you want to call it that, was partitioned in 1947 and split into India and Pakistan. This was, in many ways, a terrible act. It is believed that 1 to 2 million people died in the terrible violence that followed the partition. Hindu-Muslim conflict, to put it plainly, Hindus and Sikhs mainly on one side and Muslims on the other. There is no point in blaming the one or the other. Both sides were victims of circumstance. And the colonial power, which had ruled the subcontinent with a fairly heavy hand, if I put it gently, some might even call it brutal in some respects, was determined not to permit independence to take place in a hurry. And that was certainly the vision of Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Britain from 1940 to 1944, rather crucial years of the Second World War. And of course, his first preoccupation was winning the war. But that meant that very divisive politics were played in India, and with deliberate effort, the British did their utmost to widen dispute and misunderstanding and conflict between Hindus and Muslims. This is a reality. Not everyone wants to acknowledge it, but I think most objective scholars today would understand this. Pakistan came into existence on the notion of a homeland for the Muslims of the subcontinent. The problem with that formula was that there was a sizable number of the Muslims of undivided India who chose to remain in India. And if I fast forward a little bit, we have a situation today where Pakistan is primarily composed of Muslims. The 8 or 10% of Hindus that remained in Pakistan at partition slowly moved out. And today, perhaps the percentage of Hindus that live in Pakistan is around 2%. And there are perhaps 1 or 2% who are Christians. India, on the other hand, adopted the vision of a secular state. But I want to emphasize that our notion of secularism is rather different from the French notion. And in stressing this, I want to emphasize the plurality with which the world functions. There is not just one French formula for secularism. India is a land composed of multiple languages, religions, ethnicities, ways of life, subcultures, whatever you want to say. You would know that Christianity came to India along with the historical Jesus Christ. It is believed that St. Thomas the Apostle, traveled to South India and died in South India. Christian communities exist in India that date back literally to 2000 years. Jewish communities that date back to 2000 years. And they thrived, they survived, they remained, they became a part of the fabric of India. That is India. This is perhaps not a vision of India that often comes to mind, I dare say. Around 13% of the population of India are Muslim. 2.5% or so are Christian. But we also have Zoroastrians, the fire worshippers of Iran, who also came to India, and they established a thriving community that we call Parsis. Around the world, they are known as Parsis. They numbered several 100,000, but many have slowly migrated out of India in search of greener pastures, be it to Canada, UK, or other countries. So India is a country composed of multiple religions, subcultures, languages, ethnicities, and you name it. Jawaharlal Nehru coined the slogan, unity in diversity. And we really believe in it. We believe that diversity is actually a source of strength and not a formula for division. Now, does that make us a perfect society? Far from it. We have many problems, many difficulties. If I'm honest, I have to say we have had, and this is a plain fact, we have had Hindu-Muslim conflict for a long time in India. It predated the arrival of the British and is part of history. It was utilized and amplified by the colonial power. And since independence, we have also had communal clashes, conflicts, and people killed. But there is a barometer that is available. You measure the number, you show on a graph, you count the number of people who have died in communal conflict, and you see that there are ups and downs. And today, we are very much in a down phase. Not everybody understands that, but that is also a reality. It's a matter of fact. So, against this background, how does our secularism work? It works on the basis of respect for one another's religion. It works on the basis that everybody has a right to their faith and to earn and to be respected for their faith. And this is our problem, which the French notion, and I would dare say we might call it a European notion. Take the rather sad story of cartoons of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Now, I may make a drawing of who I wish, but if I publish it, if I broadcast it, and if I know that there are a significant number of people living in my society for whom this is profoundly offensive, how can I say that my freedom of expression ignores the sensitivity of the other? So, is there an imperative need to produce such cartoons? Now, somebody in France may turn around and say, but we have no problem. You make cartoons of Jesus Christ or Gautam Buddha or who you like, and we don't care. But that's not the point. It may be that there are communities that are not sensitive on this point. But if a particular community has a particular kind of hypersensitivity, we must respect that. And that is how we try to function. And we are not perfect. We make many, many mistakes. But our secularism is a robust secularism. I am not a political person. I do not belong to any political party. I know that the present government is labeled by some as a Hindu government or a government that upholds the values of a particular religion in India, Hinduism. Well, I would invite you to read the speech of Narendra Modi at the Aligarh Muslim University, a wonderful university that was established in the 19th century at a time when there were very few educational institutions in most of the colonies of the world. And Narendra Modi praised this institution and applauded its achievements and said, "You are part of the fabric of India." Now, that is not the language of a person who is devoted to one particular religion or culture. What I'm trying to get at is that secularism can go hand in hand with respect for one another. And I dare say there are many in the audience who might perhaps understand this. I'll give you a different example. One of the holiest shrines of Islam, I believe it is considered to be the third holiest for those of the Muslim faith, is at Aligarh, and it is called Ajmer Sharif. It is the tomb of Chishti. I've been to that wonderful shrine. It may astonish you that of the 40 or 80,000 people that visited the shrine every day, and I'm talking of pre-pandemic days, of course. Today, those kind of numbers cannot be mobilized together. Half the people who went to the Aligarh Sharif were Hindus, are Hindus, because to them, there is no contradiction between going to a Muslim shrine to pray, because ultimately the higher being to whom we all pray is essentially similar. Now, this may sound strange in a country which has seen religious conflict, but that again is part of the diversity, the unity in diversity that we worship, that we have faith in. The second question that Professor Ran had posed was homogenization, and clearly my answer is no. Homogenization is not a solution. You have to celebrate diversity, you have to respect diversity, and only out of that will grow a sense of unity. Nehru was not wrong in saying that diversity can be a source of great strength. Yes, we make mistakes. There are things that we certainly should do better, but that does not mean that we decry diversity. Professor Ran had also asked, how do we overcome conflict? We overcome conflict through dialogue, through conversation. My good friend MILOS STRUGAR will be unhappy with me when I acknowledge that in India, for ourselves, we are not great believers in mediation. We believe that complex issues should be solved directly between countries. But that does not mean that we deny the utility of assistance from others by way of good offices, by way of facilitation. But we do not, for ourselves, accept the notion of mediation. Does this work? Not terribly well, but you may or may not know that in the 2000s, in the years 2004 to 6, roughly, when Musharraf was the president of Pakistan, India and Pakistan engaged in back-channel talks. Talks that were really completely hidden from the public eye. Now, at that time, the president of Pakistan had said, he proposed, in fact, a formula that would win applause from most conflict resolution experts. He said, if we talk, India and Pakistan, anything that is unacceptable to India should be off the table. And equally, anything that is unacceptable to Pakistan should be off the table. So, is there anything left then to talk about? So these back-channel negotiators worked hard. They worked assiduously. After Musharraf fell from power in 2007, the why of that is part of the complicated story of our neighbor. But pretty clearly, there were forces in that country that did not favor the idea of a settlement. This is a surmise. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am completely wrong. Be as it may, Musharraf fell from power, and that entire process came to a halt. And some years later, the Pakistani negotiators disclosed the content, the kind of formula on which the two sides had been working. And the chief Indian negotiator very slowly did confirm that what his Pakistan counterpart had said was essentially accurate, that there was a formula in sight, but that formula did not achieve fruition. I mention this story not because anyone can go back to the past. Events gone are events gone. But it is to say that the notion that countries which are in sharp contestation might be able to find a way of working together, finding or groping towards a formula for settlement is not as absurd as some people might think it to be. I think I've said enough. I don't want to step on other people's toes in terms of the time factor. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rana, for your very, very insightful talks. You actually, at the very beginning, mentioned a very important point that when we're talking about the West versus the rest, we have to acknowledge the very fact that the rest is also very diverse. So there are different approaches in dealing with conflict, even among the rest of the world. And also you draw upon the history of India to talk about the particular secularism of India. So you talk about unity and diversity, and also you argue that this kind of Indian secularism is actually based upon respect for one other's religion. And you also argue, I quite appreciate your mentioning that when we are trying to enjoy our freedom of expression, there should be a boundary upon which we actually should not infringe upon other people's freedom of expression. And also in the latter part, you also mentioned that you talk about the limitations of mediation, especially in resolving this kind of conflict. You argue that sometimes among countries which are involved in this kind of deep contestations, maybe this kind of conflict can be directly solved by the parties involved. I think that can serve as a kind of very good complement for a discussion of the function of mediation in sort of this kind of, conflict prevention and resolution. Thank you very much for your great talk. And then let's move on to the fourth speaker of our panel, Ambassador ALJOWAILY. Ambassador ALJOWAILY is Egypt's ambassador to Serbia since 2018. He's also adjunct and visiting faculty at Multilateral Diplomacy Program of the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, and at Diplo Foundation. His previous diplomatic postings are New York, Geneva, and Washington, D.C. At the Foreign Ministry, he served as the Deputy Assistant Foreign Minister for the United Nations Affairs, Egypt, Director of UN Affairs, member of the cabinets of the Minister and the First Under-Secretary and the Departments of Multilateral, Political, and Economic Issues. He was a member of the Egyptian delegations to summits and ministerial meetings of the WSIS South Summit, the League of Arab States, African Union, as well as UNCT ADXI and ITU's Plenipotentiary 2006. He was board member of the Institute for Diplomatic Studies. He was also a coordinator of international relations in the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology. He held leading positions in multilateral negotiations at intergovernmental bodies of the United Nations in Geneva and in New York, dealing with international peace and security, as well as economic development and information society issues. Ambassador ALJOWAILY also published a number of highly reputable books. One of them is titled "Quote Unquote," he also edited a book titled "Serbia by Egyptianized Diplomatic Memoirs and Cultural Notes," as well as list of articles in specialized periodicals and reputed journals. And now let's welcome Ambassador ALJOWAILY to take the floor. Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Ran. It's a distinct pleasure to be with you today. I visited the China Foreign Affairs University. I know how reputed and esteemed this institution is, and particularly a pleasure to be at a session under your moderation, but also being a moderator. Particular thanks to Ambassador Miller-Strugar for inviting me to participate in this session from Belgrade. Again, I think as Dr. KURBALIJA said, it means a lot that this conference is taking place from Belgrade, where the non-aligned movement celebrated its establishment with the leadership of the three countries, India, Yugoslavia, and Egypt. And it says a lot that actually this 60th anniversary of the non-aligned movement that we celebrate this year, 2021, also is commemorated by this intercultural dialogue. Pleased to make new friends. I have not met Dr. BASEM SHABB before, but I've been to beautiful Lebanon, also a cradle of civilization and a major contributor to the intellectual discourse in the Arab world. We always say, if you write a book in Egypt, or you publish it in Lebanon, and that says a lot about the intellectual and intercultural role of this country. The one thing I can say about Professor Rana, he was my professor, where I actually took a number of courses with him. So particularly pleased to share with him this platform. It's almost impossible to be the last speaker and to add anything new. Let alone to be the last speaker, not only in the session, but in the day, and let alone that actually the speakers that preceded me are all much more knowledgeable about the topic. So I learned a lot from listening to them. I hope I can add my 10 cents, as they say in the US. And I'm going to be faithful to the questions that Professor Ran has put for us as panelists, by trying to actually deconstruct the title of this session. I think a very well crafted the title for the session, Translating Cultural Differences Beyond Homogenization, Implications for Conflict Prevention and Resolution. And I think to tackle this important yet difficult title by deconstructing it, we should first probably see cultural differences. And here we can look and analyze cultural differences in basically, I think, two ways. One, are cultural differences in shape and form, or are they differences in substance? And I'll tell you why. Because in many cases of so-called cultural differences, the difference is not in the intention, the difference in the expression. I'll give you an example. When you put forward your hand to shake hand, the intent is actually greeting in Western culture. But when you do the namaste in Indian, and I think Ambassador Ran can may correct me, it's also, the intention is also greeting, but takes place in a different format. So we should first identify whether the cultural differences are differences in expression or in intention. And I would say that many of the cultural differences that we identify are simply in form rather than in substance. Because I have heard throughout today's discussions, almost in a recognition or an admission that so much of the maybe conflictual situations that exist in the world today are because of culture. But if we probably look at it a little bit more, maybe more thoroughly, would see that those cultural differences that we may assume that they're a source of conflict or contribute to conflict, as the first question that the moderator put for us, are basically differences in form rather than in substance. And I think admitting that at the beginning, or recognizing that at the beginning, or assimilating that at the very, very beginning of the discussion, helps us to identify what are the real sources of conflict, or what are the catalysts to conflict, or what are the contributors to conflict that may be in shape again or in form. But another way of deconstructing that connotation of cultural differences that is included in our title of the session is that it's a whole spectrum. I mean, this differences part is a spectrum. So some differences can simply be dissimilarities, like we just spoke about, how to express your greeting towards a new connaissance that you're making connaissance with. It may be different. So this similarity, is it a dissimilarity? Is it a distinction? Is it a disparity? The extent to which one expresses one or him or herself within a cultural scheme. Is it simply a differentiation? Is it an alteration, or is it a contradiction? So the point here is to recognize that those cultural differences do not all carry the same weight and do not all have the same impact, because it is a spectrum of differences. And some of them are simply differences in form, are simply dissimilarities, and maybe the other side of the spectrum is contradiction and confrontation. If we continue to deconstruct that very interesting title of the session, we come, not only are they differences, but they are cultural. What does that mean? It means that by definition, if we speak about cultural differences, that we are assuming an angle, we are assuming a particular segment of a larger whole. Because it means that there are, or there may be, other differences: political differences, economic differences, social differences, even professional differences, strategic differences. And here we come to a bigger side of the story, a bigger picture of the story. And that forces us to weigh what are the main sources of conflict, what are maybe the more weighty options for resolution. That helps us in the conflict analysis that Conflict Center and the Peacekeeping Department of the UN and so many other institutions focus on. It tells us what are the root causes, what are the symptoms, what are and does culture fall more into the root cause, or does it fall more under the symptom? That means that whenever we should not basically stay at a superficial level of analysis whereby the cultural aspects or dimensions may be more prominent, may be more visible, but they simply reflect a much deeper layered sources of conflict or root causes of conflict. Because it's the easiest thing to say, he's from or she is from a different culture, that is why we are we're not understanding each other, that is why we are at a conflictual situation. While if we go into deeper level of analysis, we would find that there are very strong economic reasons for that, very strong political reasons for that, very strong social, legal, and so on and so forth. But the easiest thing is to defer to culture as being the root cause, or as being the source or the reason for conflict. So I would say, again, in deconstructing that important and salient and a very heavy title for this session, we should say that when we're talking about cultural differences, we should not neglect the other differences, political, economic, social, or otherwise. Then we come at another important component of the topic for this session: translating. What does translating mean? I mean, even away from culture and differences, what does translating mean? Are we talking about simply cross-language paraphrasing of the cultural differences? So basically, we want to say, this is the cultural difference, that is the way we call it in English, and then we paraphrase it in a cross-language, that is the way we say it in French, that is the way we say it in Arabic or Russian or any other language. Is that simply the case? This is very dangerous, because the minute we do that, even in textual translation, it means that we may lose the context, we may lose the semantics, we may lose the, again, intention of the word or of the concept, let alone of the cultural difference. So here in the translating part, which is included in the title of the session, should actually be elevated to a level of interpretation. Interpreting the so-called cultural differences that are referred to in the topic, which here requires cultural sensitivity, because how can we interpret how a certain action or a certain behavior or a certain icon or in a language what it means, unless, or in a culture what it means, unless we have cultural sensitivity for or towards that other culture, which means that cultural knowledge is essential here, and hence cultural studies assume a much higher and more prominent and more useful role as an integral part of diplomacy and as an integral part of cultural analysis in general. So maybe we need to develop a lexicon of common concepts in different cultures to help us to do that. Then we come deconstructing again that challenging session topic of the session, subject of the session that Ambassador Strugar as usual chose for us, and we go into homogenization. Even the word is difficult to pronounce, let alone difficult to interpret. So what do we mean by homogenization? And here also, maybe we deconstruct homogenization itself. Are we talking about homogenization from the perspective of analyzing what it is? What is that phenomenon? Or are we talking about it from its functionality? What does homogenization want to achieve? What does it help us to realize or to interact, or so on and so forth? So let's stay at the level of phenomena. Are we speaking about homogenization as westernization? And that is a debate that is very close to another concept, which at the time was very difficult to pronounce as well, globalization, which in fact at the time this concept became part of the global discourse, intellectual discourse, and maybe even political discourse. At the very beginning, it had no Arabic, for example, translation, direct translation for it. In fact, the Arabic word for globalization, awlama, is almost a newly created word. If you Google it, or if you search it in the in the newspapers or even all type of academic and intellectual contribution in the 1970s or so, you wouldn't find it. It's not that they borrowed something that existed before. The word had to be invented. I would assume that it had even to be invented in also in English and French, and because it's a relatively new concept, although similar phenomena may have existed at earlier phases of history. In all cases, coming back to, is it Westernization? But maybe not, because even globalization, that is, you know, the most maybe apparent icon for it is what is McDonald's. You know, McDonald's exists everywhere, but also sushi exists everywhere. And this dichotomy between McDonald's and sushi that we were able to now enjoy both in all, or have access to both in all corners of the world, are two apparent features of globalization, but they're products of very different form of reaching out and of exporting certain model or product, or so on and so forth. Is homogenization also uniformization? Meaning, is it just making all one and all the same? And here I invite you to think, to picture, to imagine two different, also two different maybe analogies or so of uniformization, which are fundamentally different. They may tackle the same concept or phenomena, but their intrinsic meaning is very different. And this is nothing, I think, new. It's probably also existing in the literature, in the relevant literature. Think about the melting pot, you know, an energy which actually used to be promulgated or presented as one form of you know, real coexistence, or form of coexistence, a form of building of uniform identity or so. And then think of the analogy of tossed salad, because when we eat tossed salad, it has a distinct taste of its own as tossed salad, but also each ingredient of the tossed salad keeps its own characteristics, keeps its own colors, its own taste, its own flavor, and so on and so forth. Yet when we eat it together, we identify a collective character and taste of the dish itself. So each component is keeping its own identity, but there is also a constructed identity, collective identity for the melange of those particular ingredients. That is, you know, if we continue to deconstruct homogenization as a phenomenon. But if we deconstruct homogenization as functionality, why did the subject of the topic of the session just use homogenization? Because homogenization has a function. What function does it do? It's a way of bridging, or maybe if we go to the extreme, erasing differences. It's basically a way of addressing those cultural differences. But the question or the topic then invites us to go beyond homogenization, which basically says that if we take the function of homogenization, which is a way of bridging or tackling or dealing with these differences, is there a better way? Is there a more efficient way to deal with those differences rather than simply erasing them totally through the so-called homogenization? And that beyond part of the question invites us to think maybe again in the from the analogy of the tossed salad, of other methods, of other approaches, rather than uniformization, but a way of building a new whole without necessarily losing out on the intrinsic identity and flavor and taste and contribution and nature and characteristic of the components. And here I would offer multilateral diplomacy, multilateral organizations as a way of beyond homogenization. Because, you know, I spent maybe most of my career in multilateral related mechanisms and institutions at the very beginning of my career in the Bretton Woods institutions, and then towards lately in more the peace and security mechanisms, and in between in the Geneva-based specialized institutions, as Professor Ran was very kind in making the introduction. When I participate, or when someone else from another country participate in an international institution meeting, are we losing out our identity? Are we losing out our very specific characteristic of cultural characteristics, or even national? And the answer is no. In fact, we're even sometimes even super representing them. We're super defending them. We're super promoting them. But there is at least a commonality of a shared space and time that allows for those cultural differences to, air out, for those political differences to air out, for these economic differences to air out, and also for homogenizing, let's not use homogenizing anymore, for harmonizing, for converging, for reaching a certain formula that may include a bit of all. Again, a tossed salad. I mean, maybe the outcomes of multilateral diplomacy are tossed salad, whereby it's this paragraph was presented by a country from Latin America. That paragraph was defended by the continent of Africa. This concept or subject was introduced by the European Union, and so on and so forth. But the collective whole is new, while maybe even some of the internal components may keep some of their own characteristics. So beyond homogenization, I would translate it, as someone who spent 30 years of career and studies in multilateral diplomacy, it probably would be translated to multilateralism, to multilateral diplomacy, to multilateral organization, to actually recognize that this institution of multilateral diplomacy socializes the cultural differences into a shared space and time dimension. Finally, I don't want to take more time, but the last deconstruction in the subject of this session is that it did ask us and invite us to think about two aspects of conflict prevention and conflict resolution. And here, if we continue to to look at how to bridge those cultural differences towards conflict prevention and towards conflict resolution, maybe we need to differentiate a little bit about what levels of analysis we need to adopt and what phenomena we need to look at. So when we're talking about prevention, we all know, and I think Minister TRIGONA, a good friend and someone whom I have known for many years, did invite us to think about Article 33 of the Charter and those peaceful mechanisms for resolving disputes. So we're talking about direct negotiation, we're talking about good offices by third parties, we're talking about mediation. Well, maybe these as tools of prevention, when we adapt them to cultural tools and to cultural analysis, they're different from resolution. We'll see that later on. When Director Alastair CROOKE spoke about understanding and how important it is, then the cultural dimension and cultural aspect is going to focus more on maybe communication, is going to be focused more on explanation of interpretation of positions and so on and so forth. But if we talk about the cultural aspect, the cultural dimensions of conflict resolution, we're talking about a different animal here. Why? Because what does conflict resolution require? It requires an outcome. There cannot be a conflict resolution unless there is an outcome. That outcome is a comprehensive peace agreement, which includes exchange of territories, which includes so on and so forth, but there is an outcome. What is the culture dimension related to outcome? It's not that much interpretation or communication. No, it has to do with other aspects of cultural differentiation that may exist. For example, face saving. Since there is more or less an agreement, that agreement may include or may require some form of compromise or giving away from part of the demands, then face-saving aspects become very important. Status aspects become very important, especially for what the literature calls high context prone cultures. But even for the so-called low context prone cultures, then distribution becomes very important. So basically, we if we talk about the culture dimensions and the culture aspects about conflict prevention, we have to customize a number of issues and a number of concepts and a number of topics, different from where we were talking about conflict resolution. Again, because conflict resolution assumes outcome, but also conflict resolution assumes conciliation or reconciliation, as Ambassador Strugar and others pointed out in our earlier discussion. So we need to focus about issues related to healing, related to recognition, related to compromise. And again, this is a separate basket of cultural concepts and that we need to talk about. And then finally, resolution also assumes a form of sustainability. That's why now we're talking about peace building, is another term for it, is becoming sustained peace or sustainability of peace. So here we talk about durability. Then we need to advise or focus on the cultural perspectives of time, even on the changes of political culture, because of culture in general, because I feel also within our discussion that we have almost assumed, or many people have assumed, that culture is static. It isn't. It isn't. I mean, there is a large degree, an extent of dynamism in culture, and even some other phenomena that are less static, such as public opinion, which is the immediate measurement of a reaction of a mass or public reaction towards a certain issue, may be anchored day after day and then become more static or more anchored, so that it becomes culture. Finally, conclusion. So I would very much invite this select group of thinkers, practitioners, and even students and scholars for the course that Ambassador Strugar pointed out to think that maybe we need to develop or to think of diplomacy as a unique institution that offers the commonality of time and space of a platform for so-called translating cultural differences, the topic of this session. And then maybe it would also invite all ourselves to think of, should there be a cultural manual of conflict management, a cultural manual, almost like something you open up and you have recourse to when you're faced with a certain situation that deals or that tackles culture differences. So that cultural manual would have probably two things. Would have a lexicon that helps us to interpret cultural concepts in different phases and stages of conflict. So basically a lexicon. Okay, when that culture does this, probably what it means is so and so. So when someone does not put their hand for a handshake at a greeting, that doesn't mean that he or she does not want to greet you. No, it means that maybe he wants or she wants to greet you in a different way. So that lexicon becomes an essential tool to basically interpret, to understand. And then maybe that manual of conflict management, cultural manual of conflict management should also propose tools. Okay, so when you're faced with this, that is the best way of dealing with this cultural difference to contribute to conflict management, to conflict resolution, rather than conflict escalation or escalation to conflict, from dispute to conflict. So these are the two maybe conclusions that I would offer to myself and maybe to others. Well, maybe we need to think of the contribution of diplomacy as time and space platform for translating cultural differences and bridging them. And maybe we need to think of a cultural manual for conflict management. Professor Ran, you've been kind with maybe giving me more time than at least I intended to, but looking forward to the questions and answers and to the comments by the distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador ALJOWAILY. You touch upon a lot of very, very important issues. But firstly, I should say that you are a great deconstructionist, because you have actually deconstructed, a number of a pair of, concepts in a very first beginning, you argue that so when we're discussing the cultural differences, basically we have to differentiate different kind of differences. Some of them might be the shape or form, while others might be the substantial or substance differences. It's very important for us to actually kind of figure out the different different kind of cultural differences. And secondly, you argue that so basically we have to actually just keep it in our mind that when we're talking about cultural differences, there is a spectrum of differences. So some of them might be differences in terms of extent or degree, while others might be distinction, or some might be this kind of confrontation or contradiction. So in dealing with this kind of different differences, we have to come up with the different instruments. And also you argue that so we have to kind of develop a consciousness of different categories of culture, different categories of differences. Some might be cultural differences, others might be political differences or other differences. So and then we can just go into its deep structure, and then we just find out its root causes, and then we can just customize the proper solutions to those kind of differences. And then you just talk about deconstruct the title of the theme for our panel by kind of interpreting the translating as interpretation of the cultural differences. I think you actually advance our understanding of the theme here for our panel. And also, I like your analogy of the toast salad, because I myself has been invited by the embassy of Egypt to your residence for a banquet. I think it happened in the year 2019 when I was trained in the conference center, and I like the toast salad you provided. I like this kind of analogy very much, because so for the toast salad, actually you just put a lot of dishes together, but so that it can just assume a kind of collective character, but at the same time the different components can still retain its different tastes. I think this is a kind of very important analogy for us to understand this kind of homogenization. And you also argue that when we're actually critiquing homogenization, basically we should also think about can we just think about some other better way, or rather or just we just erase this kind of homogenization totally. And at the very end of your talk, you actually advise the conference center to do two things. To do one thing. Okay, I agree with you very much. So I think conference center is in a very good position to develop a cultural manual for conflict resolution, so that basically there are two very important contents for this cultural manual. Firstly, we have to develop a kind of list of lexicon, which will be very practical for those working in this field, and also we provide this kind of tools which can help those practitioners to kind of solve or analyze this kind of conflicts. I like your speech very much. Thank you all the four speakers in our panel. Before we move on to the Q&A session, the four panelists, so do you have any follow-up comments about what other speakers have expressed in their talk? And then so there will be a kind of interactions among our four panelists. Any comments?
If I may, just a brief comment to what Ambassador Rana said about mediation, that in India they don't believe in mediation. And actually, I agree with your point of view, Ambassador Rana. Mediation is really the last resort. When do we need mediation? We need mediation when we are dealing with intractable, long conflicts with many cases of failed negotiations. We need mediation when the parties do not recognize each other. For example, Israel and Lebanon, they don't recognize each other. How they cannot talk directly. They need a third-party assistance. They need a mediator. Also, we need a mediation when the direct talks can undermine, jeopardize the standing of the political and military leaders in their own constituency. So mediator gives this overall umbrella which helps to overcome this problem. So these are, sometimes we have a conflict when the parties cannot talk or don't want to talk directly to each other. So this is, mediation is really the last resort in my view, and only in this kind of circumstances. Facilitation is more applicable in more cases because facilitator does not have a substantive impact to the discussions. It's basically just to help them to bring them together. And also one important distinction, while the mediator must by definition be impartial, unbiased, in order to mediate, the talks. Facilitator doesn't require to be impartial or balanced. Facilitator can be appointed by one party to approach the other one to see whether they can get engaged in a direct negotiation. So we are on the same page, Ambassador Rana. Thank you.
May I very briefly respond and say we are on the same page entirely. I was in no way running down the concept of mediation. I was simply presenting a different perspective, and you're right. There are many situations where mediation finally becomes the only way out, and obviously it is valid. It has been shown in practice to work extremely well. So no disagreement at all. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I think we just bridged the cultural difference here.
Yeah, that's actually a very great comment from Ambassador ALJOWAILY. So yeah, I like the analysis provided by Ambassador Strugar about the difference between facilitator and the mediator. Any other comments from the panel? If there are no more comments, okay, the first question for Ambassador Strugar from Venera Kusari. I hope my pronunciation is correct. Do you think that conflict resolution efforts through established centers or organizations in Belgrade have helped in bringing about meaningful reconciliation between Serbia and Kosovo and other parts of former Yugoslavia? In your experience, did conflict resolution, mediation, and negotiation efforts have contributed towards meaningful peace in this part of the world in the last 20 years? Ambassador Strugar.
Thank you. I must admit, that I'm not very familiar with all the conflict resolution and reconciliation efforts related to the Yugoslav crisis, simply because I was not involved in this and I was not around. So maybe I'm not the right person to answer this. Also, I would question the statement that there is a meaningful reconciliation. I think, as we discussed before, reconciliation, especially meaningful reconciliation, takes a long time and takes a lot of efforts at different level. And different civil society organizations or research institutes, common institutions, centers like our centers can definitely contribute to this regard. But at the end, it is at the community level. And when it comes to the relationship between the Serbian and the Albanian population, there is a difference in that relationship in Kosovo and in South Serbia. In both places, the population is mixed. But in South Serbia, the relationship between the two communities is much better than in Kosovo, simply because there was no direct conflict at the community level. There were some conflicts which happened there, but they were not involving local community against local community. So the history of the conflict also dictates how long it will take for reconciliation. But every encounter, every meeting, every opportunity to hear each other, every opportunity to listen and to try to understand, not necessarily agree, but to try to understand the other point of view is the right way towards reconciliation, or at least better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Ambassador Strugard. Now, questions for Dr. BASEM SHABB. The first question is from Ambassador Cynthia Schneider, a panelist for the third panel. It's a comment. First, I agree entirely with your negative assessment of the Iraq invasion. But I would like to probe your emphasis on the religious dimension of ISIS and Islamic extremism. In my experience in Mali, there is very little religious appeal, but rather people follow or join extremists out of economic desperation. The extremists have funding external, and Malians join because they are paid and they can keep their families secure. Another comment from Drazen Pahar. There is a lot of influence of rationality and rationalism both on and within Islamic scholarship and a tradition. So any response from Dr. Shabb?
Yes, to Ambassador Schneider, thank you for your comments. The issue of recruitment is financial issues are part of the recruitment. I know of 2 cases in Lebanon where the people who blew themselves up called their wives the day before and made sure that they received money. So there is an economic incentive. But by far, the people who went to Syria, even from Europe, were those who were more educated, made more money. It was not an issue. And if one thinks that there are more ISIS fighters from Birmingham, which is 3,000 miles from Syria, than from Beirut, which is 50 miles away, and it makes you wonder that this issue of recruitment and radicalization in many ways was more of a European problem than it was a Lebanese problem. And actually, about half the Lebanese who fought in Syria came from well-to-do families from Australia. So I think economic factors may have been played a part with some, but I don't think it's the dominant factor. As far as Mr. Pehar on rationality and Islam, yes, and of course one has to talk about Ibn Khaldun, the first philosopher of history. But the idea of free will in Islam is not agreed upon, and most actually theologians do not subscribe to the idea of free will in Islam, and that things follow certain rhyme and reason, but it is finally the wish of God that prevails. So yes, there is rationality in Islam, but the idea of free will is out there still.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shabb. Another question which might apply both to Dr. Shabb and Ambassador ALJOWAILY from Yuchuhe. I really agree with you that culture is a complex living organism that contains both explicit and implicit identities. So as a mediator, what do you think is the very first step to interpret culture to different parties in the process of conflict resolution and negotiations to find shared culture or clearly clarify uniqueness? Thank you. So firstly, let's invite Dr. Shabb to address this question.
I must say I have not worked as a mediator, but being in Lebanon and dealing with people, it gives you a lot of experience, especially if you have tabbouleh that compares with the salad of Amr, which also is very good. But one thing I think is to establish a personal contact and trust, and to listen to the other party and make him realize that you understand his values and his system of values, and you appreciate that system of values. And I think Alastair gave a very good comment that you cannot just read a book and come and do and think you know something. You have to live it. And I think that's why people who are on the ground have an advantage in mediation. And spending time with people and dealing with people is something that's cannot be easily reproduced. I say that with all honesty. And I think MILOS would agree with me about that point.
Okay, what about Ambassador ALJOWAILY? What's your take on this question?
Thank you, Professor Ran. So I think dealing with the question by our colleague Yuchu, I would say the same advice that is given to mediators, or actually to negotiators in general, when we talk in negotiation theory or in negotiation analysis about the difference between positions and interests. There's very well established, I think, distinction between positions and interests in negotiations. And I think the main advice that is given to negotiators, or in this case, even to mediators, is a very, very, very simple one. Ask why. Simply one letter, either WHY or just why. When you ask why, when we ask why, we get into a deeper level of analysis. So it's exactly the same thing that we apply, that I would say that people apply, or analysts apply to what is the difference between position and interest. Exactly, we would put it to Yuchu's question about as a mediator, how to interpret culture. So we interpret culture by asking why. I mean, why did that cultural notion come out? Why did that cultural expression come out? And then we get to know into more the intention part. And the intention part is usually less prone to culture than to interest. So my advice, or my take on this would be simply to ask why, and then that would get us into a level of analysis that is commensurate enough with understanding this cultural context.
Thank you, Ambassador ALJOWAILY. So now we have a final question for Ambassador Struggar again, from Tadio Arturo Chejudo Mojarada. Hopefully this is the right pronunciation. Mr. Struggar, you mentioned during your last intervention the importance of cultural symbols and how they sometimes act as a barrier for communication. Therefore, which measures do you think can be implemented to facilitate an effective cross-cultural dialogue? Ambassador Struggar.
Thank you. This is really the key. The objective is to come to a shared understanding of the position of the parties. One way to do it was explained by Alistair CROOKE on the example of the Irish peace talks. When they failed in the discussions, they asked them to do a history of the vision of the history, each party, and the vision of the future. That is the way to communicate and to come to a better understanding. So communication in different ways, but to understand what they mean, how they interpret the history in their own frame by their own culture, and how they vision the future framed by their own culture. Better understanding contributes to addressing the conflict, but also framing the conflict. Each party frames the conflict in their own culture context. So reframing these statements and focusing on particular points is a way to do that. We talk about deep listening. But also deep empathic listening, trying to put yourself in the shoes of the others and to understand not what they are saying, or not even their interests, objective interests, but to understand their perceptions, where they come from, their feelings, their emotions. This is the key, empathic, and this is through empathic deep listening. Storytelling is also sometimes what we use in this situation, where the parties are telling the stories. Then certain metaphors. I know I didn't apply that, but I know that some of my colleagues applied this in certain situations with relative success. For example, drawing the picture of the conflict. This kind of metaphors can help to bring the understanding. Or certain rituals. Also in different cultures, we have different rituals. And they help to deal with the conflict situation. So these are some of the methods, but really there is no template. Every conflict is different, and whenever I try to apply best experience from one case to another case, it didn't work as I expected, because circumstances and the context. The importance of context have been emphasized by many speakers today. The context determines what will work. And if you are a third party trying to assist the parties, then you, at the beginning, you don't know what will work. So you have to test all these different methods and to see what breaks this ice and helps you to bridge this gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Strugar. You actually have mentioned a very important principle, especially in doing analysis about this kind of, cultural differences. So we have to take into consideration the importance of the specific context. I think that can serve as a very important starting point for us to do this kind of, analysis of different scenarios. Okay, so any additional comments from our panelists?
Can I just make two quick comments? One concerning the question from Ambassador Schneider addressed to BASEM SHABB, but specifically about Mali. The ISIL is a very sophisticated organization with a clearly developed strategy and tactics. We should never, ever underestimate the sophistication of ISIL. Part of their strategy was outlined in one of these issues of their magazine, Dabik. And it is called, the lead article is called Gray Zone. How they see their struggle. They see their struggle for the gray zone of the Muslim population. Muslims who are sitting on the fence and are not joining the ISIS and are not being excluded from especially in European societies. So fight for the gray zone. The other important aspect of their strategy is to use situation. So they are looking constantly. We can see now that ISIL is operating throughout the African continent. It doesn't get enough attention as ISIL in the Middle East, but they're operating from Mozambique to Mali, to Somalia, to Congo, everywhere. Whenever they see a fragile state institutions, they immediately try to fill the vacuum and appeal to the Muslim communities in the societies and the states, and to offer them protection. I believe, Ambassador Schneider, that in Mali, the main problem with the, especially Fulanis, who are of Muslim faith, the main problem is that the state of Mali did not provide protection and services to them. Mm-hmm. And they turned to ISIL. So the way to deal with this is to strengthen this provision of security and services from the state to all the communities at an equal basis. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any other comments?
If you allow me, Professor Rana, because there was a question I see from Dr. Drazen Pehar regarding, again, cultural sensitivity and translation. And I just want to share maybe you know, an anecdote that's probably also probably applicable in Lebanon, since we share the same Arabic culture to some extent, you know. So it's not about translation in terms of paraphrasing across languages, because this is what translation means, right? At the most basic level of it, as you take. So, I'll share with you an anecdote. They used to teach us, or at least in my childhood, if we go visit some friends or family friends or so, and then they offer you, the first thing they offer you is, would you like juice, or would you like a piece of biscuit or a piece of cake? Usually, the first thing is you say, no, thank you. And then the person or the host insists to say, no, you have to take. Then you say, thank you, I would like, you know, tea, or I would like apple or apple juice or orange juice. Now, if the translator simply says, okay, so what did he say? If you don't understand the language, what did the child say? He said, no, thank you, which means, you know, he doesn't want. Then you say, oh my God, but I didn't mean that. I actually meant that's the first time I say no, and this next time I'm going to take it. So that's what I meant, that translation goes beyond paraphrasing. It goes to interpretation in the context. So I hope that explained my point to Dr. Drazen Pehar.
Thank you for a brilliant take of the question about, you know, difference between translation and interpreting. Yeah, so if nobody has any further comments, I would say thank you all our 4 panelists for brilliant talks, especially in the past 2 hours on the theme of translating cultural differences beyond homogenization, implications for conflict prevention. As Ambassador Strugar has mentioned, that the theme of the second panel actually can serve as a very good, kind of, window for us to kind of, think about this issue, which will be further addressed by the courses, which will take place in 2 days' time, or in 2 days' time. Yes, sure. Thank you all for your great talks. And also I just want to remind all the audience that in 1 day's time tomorrow, so at 10 CET sharp, our third panel will take place. The title for the third panel is How Small Things May Make for Big Differences, Supporting Conflict Resolution and the Reconciliation Process by Cultural Means and Instruments. Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor.
And,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you to all the speakers, and we look forward to seeing the attendees and the other panel tomorrow. We wish you all a pleasant rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks.